Welcome to Designing for User Experience. In this course, you will focus on the empathize stage of the design thinking process and explore the importance of user research, various research methods, and how to build empathy with users through research data. Let's get started.
I'm so confused by this app. There are buttons everywhere and no clear instructions.
I'm not surprised, Maya. This happens all the time and is exactly why UX design is so important. To give users a great experience, you must get to know them. We'll use all sorts of research tools, like usability testing and interviews, to understand users' needs. From there, we will create user personas. Think of these personas as secret maps to user happiness.
So instead of just staring at confused faces, we get to talk to real people and see what's going on?
Absolutely. You can do this in person or remotely via video call. You'll become a researcher, uncovering user struggles and frustrations.
This is great to know. While interviewing users via video call is convenient, I'd also like to observe them in real time interacting with the app. That way I can see what they're doing, their reactions, hear what they're saying, and gauge their overall perception.
Yes, you're onto something. You can use all of these research methods to get a good sense of what users really think of the app. Then, with those insights, you'll transform those struggles into solutions. We'll use design techniques to turn user needs into a smooth and enjoyable experience.
Look, Alex, by turning user insights into solutions, I created a new design with easy-to-find buttons and clear instructions.
That's fantastic, Maya. You're on your way to becoming a great UX designer. So, Maya, by the end of this course, you'll be crafting experiences that make people smile, just like this.
Well, I'm ready for this challenge and looking forward to increasing my UX knowledge and skills. Let's do this.
Buckle up, Maya. Designing for user experience starts now.
Think about the last time you used an app that felt totally intuitive, like it was designed just for you. Maybe it was a music streaming service that recommended songs you instantly loved, or a shopping app that made finding what you needed a breeze. What made those experiences so smooth? The answer? User research. By the end of this video, you'll be able to explain why user research is the secret weapon of any UX designer and how it helps create products that people love. Before any designer starts building something cool, they dig deep to understand the people who will be using it. It's like planning a road trip. You wouldn't just jump in the car and drive, right? You'd research places to visit, check traffic conditions, and maybe ask friends for recommendations. User research is like that roadmap for creating amazing digital experiences. User research provides the foundational framework for developing exceptional digital experiences, and it guides designers in understanding their audience's needs and preferences. Each piece of insight gathered from user research informs the design process, ensuring that digital products are tailored to meet user expectations effectively. Think of it as navigating a map with precision, ensuring that every interaction within the digital landscape leads users seamlessly toward their desired destination. So, how do UX designers actually conduct user research? It's not just throwing surveys at people. Here are some common tools in their toolbox. First, let's discuss interviews. Imagine sitting down for a friendly chat with someone who represents your target audience. Through interviews, UX designers get the opportunity to dive into the minds of users, understand their needs, desires, frustrations, and aspirations firsthand. It's like having a window into their world, where every word spoken unveils valuable insights that shape the design process. By asking open-ended questions and actively listening to users' stories and experiences, designers gain a deeper understanding of what truly matters to them. Next up is surveys. Think of surveys as casting a wide net to gather insights from a larger group of users, where they can share their thoughts, preferences, and feedback conveniently. Surveys can be tailored to specific questions or topics, allowing designers to collect quantitative data on user behaviors, preferences, and demographics. From understanding user demographics to gauging satisfaction levels with existing products, surveys provide valuable quantitative insights that complement the qualitative depth of interviews. Observation is another great tool. Sometimes actions speak louder than words. Observation involves watching users interact with a product or interface in their natural environment. By observing users in real time, designers can uncover valuable insights that users might not articulate in interviews or surveys. From identifying pain points to observing patterns of behavior, this observational data offers a nuanced understanding of user interactions and informs design decisions effectively. And there's usability testing. Imagine inviting users to a sneak peek of your design prototype and watching their reactions closely. During usability testing, users interact with prototypes or mock-ups of a design, allowing designers to observe how they navigate through the interface, uncovering any usability issues or areas for improvement. It's a hands-on approach that provides actionable insights, enabling designers to iterate and refine their designs based on real user feedback. From uncovering navigation challenges to testing the clarity of messaging, usability testing ensures that the final product is not only visually appealing, but also intuitive and user-friendly. Now, all this research data is gold, but it needs to be translated into action. That's where empathy comes in. By analyzing the data, designers create user personas, fictional characters that represent different types of users with their own needs and goals. This helps them truly step into the user's shoes and see things from their perspective. Think of it like this. Imagine you're planning a party. You wouldn't just serve your favorite food, right? You'd ask your friends what they like to eat. User research helps designers cook up digital experiences that cater to all the different guests who will be using them. In user research and empathy building, you'll dive deeper into these powerful tools. You'll learn how to explain why user research is crucial for UX design, identify and explore different user research methods, turn research data into actionable insights, craft user personas to build empathy with your users, assemble an empathy map, a visual representation of user needs and emotions. Get ready to become a user research pro. With these skills, you're well on your way to designing products that are not only beautiful, but also truly user-centered, which is key to creating digital experiences that win hearts and minds.
Have you ever noticed how sometimes what people say they want isn't the whole story? In this video, we'll use an iceberg metaphor to illustrate the difference between what users say and what they truly need. You'll also learn how conducting deeper research can help to uncover user needs. Take this user, for instance. He's looking for vacation getaways. He thinks he wants a sunny, warm beach vacation. But does he? Maybe what he's longing for under the surface is some time off to decompress. Is the beach the right solution, or would another solution work better for him? For most users, the tip of the iceberg, the part that is easily seen, is what they tell us they need. Maybe they say, none of these options would work for me. The tip of the iceberg is just the surface. Underneath, there's a whole world of hidden needs and motivations. As a UX designer, your superpower is diving deep, just like an underwater adventurer, to uncover the mysteries of the deep. By using research methods like interviews, surveys, observations, and usability testing, you can see the hidden parts of the iceberg. Is the user frustrated because the app doesn't have options that work for them, or because they can't find options that would work for them? Maybe they are unable to find the right options because the app doesn't allow filtering on criteria that's critical to them. We should figure out what they're looking for that they can't find. Or the interface is confusing and they didn't even see the filtering capability. Through research, you can find the real problem, the hidden need for a better organized and presented search experience. Think of it this way. You wouldn't design apps based solely on what users say they want. You would use research to understand their underlying needs, identify opportunities, and create experiences that truly delight them. So next time you hear a user's complaint, remember the iceberg. There's a whole world of valuable information waiting to be discovered. By using research, you'll be able to use your UX design skills to craft experiences that go beyond the surface and truly resonate with users.
Welcome back. In this video, we'll explore user research methods. You'll uncover the secrets of selecting the perfect approach for understanding your users' needs and desires. By the end of this video, you'll be able to explain how to choose the right user research method for whatever UX project you're working on. Think of yourself as a builder, laying the groundwork for a fantastic user experience. You wouldn't start construction without a solid understanding of the needs and challenges faced by people who will be using your building, right? In the same way, user research is the crucial foundation before you start designing screens or features. Different research methods give you different types of information. It's like having a set of specialized tools. You wouldn't use a hammer to make precise measurements. So, before we get into the details, let's explore the strengths and uses of each method to make sure you're always reaching for the right tool in your UX design process. The essence of interviews and UX design is a warm, personal exchange aimed at discovering user needs and desires. Interviews offer a unique opportunity to connect with users on a deeply personal level. Through open dialogue and active listening, you can uncover the motivations, aspirations, and challenges that shape their interactions with digital experiences. What sets interviews apart is their ability to provide qualitative data, rich with nuance and context. Beyond mere numbers and statistics, you glean insights into the emotions, preferences, and underlying motivations that drive user behavior. It's like peering into the heart and soul of our users, gaining a profound understanding of their journey and experiences. But interviews are more than just information-gathering sessions. They allow us to establish rapport and trust with our users. Through genuine interest and empathy, we create a safe space for them to share their thoughts, feelings, and experiences openly. In this way, interviews make it possible for us to find empathetic and impactful solutions that lead to exceptional user experiences. Now, let's broaden our scope and seek input from a wide range of users. Surveys serve as a methodical approach to gathering feedback from users across different demographics and locations. Surveys offer scalability, enabling us to reach a large number of participants efficiently. By collecting quantitative data, surveys provide numerical insights into user preferences, behaviors, and attitudes. You can then analyze this data to identify trends, patterns, and correlations, finding valuable insights into the diverse perspectives of your user base. Moreover, surveys allow us to understand the needs and preferences of various user groups, helping us tailor your designs to meet their specific requirements. Whether your users are located locally or globally, surveys provide a means to gather comprehensive feedback without the constraints of geographical boundaries. In essence, surveys serve as a powerful tool for gathering large datasets with minimal effort, offering valuable quantitative insights that complement the qualitative data obtained through other research methods. By leveraging surveys effectively, we can gain a holistic understanding of user needs and preferences, guiding the design process towards creating experiences that resonate with our target audience. Usability testing zooms in on user interactions, revealing both strengths and weaknesses. When you hand a prototype to a user and observe their interactions in real time, you're essentially putting your design to the test under real-life conditions. This hands-on approach allows you to witness firsthand how users navigate through your product or interface. As they interact with buttons, menus, and features, you gain valuable insights into the potential usability issues. Whether it's a confusing navigation flow, a button that's hard to find, or a feature that doesn't work as expected, usability testing brings these issues to light. What's more, usability testing provides real-world feedback. By observing users, you capture authentic reactions and behaviors. This authenticity is key to understanding how your design performs in the wild, away from controlled testing environments. But usability testing isn't just about identifying problems, it's also about finding solutions. Through an iterative process of testing, feedback, and refinement, you have the opportunity to address usability issues and improve the overall user experience. This continuous improvement cycle enables you to fine-tune your design until it's polished to perfection, ensuring that it meets the needs and expectations of your users. In essence, usability testing is a powerful tool for optimizing user experience. By putting your design to the test and refining it based on real-world feedback, you can create products and interfaces that are intuitive, user-friendly, and ultimately successful. Lastly, we must stand watch as silent observers of our users. User observation allows us to gain insights into user behavior without influencing their actions. User observation provides naturalistic insights, free from biases introduced by direct interaction. It offers context-rich data, providing nonverbal information you can't gather via interviews, surveys, or usability testing. Our observations help us understand the environment in which our users operate. Now that we've explored user research methods, let's take a moment to reflect. Interviews offer personalized insights. Surveys provide scalable feedback. Usability testing uncovers usability issues. And user observation gives us context-rich data. Remember, each method has its strengths and weaknesses. Your choice depends on your research goals and the stage of your design process. You're making great strides in becoming a skilled navigator of UX design using the guiding compass of user research methods. Keep exploring, keep learning, and remember, the path to exceptional UX design is filled with exciting discoveries. Hey there. Welcome to the journey from persona to plan, where we're going into the world of user research strategy. By the end of this video, you should be able to explain how to create a user research strategy. Creating a research plan is a critical component of any UX/UI design project, as it provides a systematic framework for gathering valuable insights about your users. Here's a step-by-step breakdown of how to create a research plan. Start by clearly defining the goals and objectives of your research. What specific questions do you want to answer? What problems are you trying to solve? Understanding your objectives will help shape the rest of your research plan. Next, identify the specific demographic or user segments you want to study. Consider factors such as age, gender, location, behavior patterns, and any other relevant characteristics. The segments should align with the target audience for what you're designing. Understanding your target audience is essential for tailoring your research methods effectively. You may be lucky enough to get information on your target audience from existing personas. Think of personas as detailed portraits of your target audience members, each representing a different segment of users. Personas are meticulously crafted based on real data and insights gathered through research. Personas should vividly capture the needs, objectives, and behaviors of your target audience. It's important to recognize that building personas is an iterative process. As you dive deeper into your research, you'll uncover new insights and nuances about your users. These discoveries allow you to continuously refine and enhance your personas, enabling you to more precisely tailor your research strategy to meet the specific needs and preferences of your users. When you've nailed down your personas, it's time to select your research methods. Choose the most appropriate research methods to achieve your objectives and reach your target audience. Common methods include user interviews, surveys, usability testing, and user observation. Each method offers unique insights into different aspects of the user experience. The next step is to determine your sample size and recruitment strategy. Decide how many participants you need for your research and how you'll recruit them. Consider factors such as diversity, representation, and accessibility. Ensure that your sample size is sufficient to capture a diverse range of perspectives while remaining manageable within your resources. Now you're ready to develop the research instruments. Create the tools and materials you need to collect data during your research sessions. These materials may include interview guides, survey questionnaires, usability testing scripts, or observation protocols. Make sure these instruments are clear, unbiased, and designed to elicit relevant information from participants. Your next task is to plan your data collection process. Outline the logistics of conducting your research, including scheduling sessions, securing resources, and setting up any necessary equipment or technology. Pay attention to details such as participant consent, confidentiality, and accessibility to ensure a smooth and ethical data collection process. After you collect the data, it's time to analyze and interpret your findings. You should analyze the data systematically to identify patterns, trends, and insights. Look for common themes, pain points, and opportunities for improvement in the user experience. Use visualization tools such as charts or diagrams to communicate your findings effectively. You're now ready to synthesize what you learned into actionable recommendations. Based on your analysis, distill your findings into actionable recommendations for the design team. These recommendations should address specific usability issues, inform design decisions, and prioritize enhancements that will have the most significant impact on user satisfaction and engagement. You won't always get it right the first time. That's why it's important that you iterate and refine your design. Use the insights gained from your research to iterate and refine your design solutions. Continuously test and validate your ideas with real users to ensure that your products and services meet their needs and expectations. And there you have it. By following these steps and investing time and effort into creating a well-thought-out research plan, you'll be better equipped to gather meaningful insights, make informed design decisions, and ultimately create user-centered digital experiences that resonate with your audience. Hello. Have you ever found yourself lost in a maze of confusing menus and options while trying to use a website or mobile app? You're not alone. Many of us have experienced the frustration of encountering poorly designed digital experiences. But what separates a great digital experience from a frustrating one? The answer lies in understanding the needs and behaviors of the users. You've learned how to do the important user research, and now we'll explore how to analyze all those findings to gain valuable insights from them. By the end of this video, you should be able to analyze research data to understand user behaviors and needs. So let's dive in and uncover the power of turning data into insights. Analyzing user research data is a critical step in the UX design process. It's like shining a light into the darkness, illuminating the path forward. By examining the results of all our research efforts, you uncover valuable insights that guide our design decisions. So, let's explore some techniques for uncovering insights. One of the first steps in analyzing user research data is to identify patterns. These patterns can be recurring themes or trends that emerge across different sources of data, such as interviews, surveys, and observations. Here's an example. Imagine you're tasked with designing a new mobile app for a grocery delivery service. Your goal is to create an intuitive and user-friendly experience that meets the needs of busy consumers. One pattern you see from your user research is a recurring frustration with the checkout process. Across interviews, surveys, and observations, users consistently express difficulties in navigating the checkout flow, encountering errors during payment, or feeling overwhelmed by the number of steps required to complete a purchase. Identifying this pattern of user frustration with the checkout process across different sources of data is crucial. It signals a significant area for improvement in the app's design. Streamlining the checkout flow, simplifying payment options, and reducing the number of steps required to complete a purchase could greatly enhance the user experience and increase user satisfaction with the app. Next, after you've identified patterns in the data, you can extract user needs. This involves understanding what users want to accomplish and the problems they encounter while using a product or service. For your grocery delivery app, you may discover that many users want to be able to quickly reorder their favorite items without having to search for them again. They also express frustration with the lack of customization options for delivery times and preferences. By extracting these user needs from the data, you gain valuable insights into the features and functionalities that are most important to your users. This allows you to prioritize your design efforts and focus on addressing the most pressing problems and pain points they encounter. Lastly, you need to recognize pain points experienced by users. These are areas of frustration or difficulty in their interactions with products or services. For instance, the user's pain points for the grocery delivery app would include finding it difficult to locate specific items quickly, encountering errors or glitches during the checkout process, and confusion or inconvenience due to limitations in delivery scheduling options. By recognizing and addressing these pain points, you can create solutions that alleviate user frustrations and improve the overall user experience. Let's take a moment to think about objectivity. When it comes to analyzing user research data, maintaining objectivity is key. It's essential to let the data speak for itself and avoid letting personal biases or preconceptions influence our interpretations. So here are some strategies for ensuring objectivity in your data analysis process. First, it's important to establish coding frameworks or guidelines that outline how data will be analyzed and interpreted. In this context, coding doesn't refer to computer programming. Instead, it's the process of organizing and labeling your raw data to identify themes and patterns. These frameworks help ensure consistency and reliability in your analysis process. Additionally, involving multiple team members in the analysis process can help minimize individual biases. By bringing diverse perspectives to the table, you can uncover different interpretations of the data and ensure a more comprehensive analysis. Remember, the goal of data analysis is to uncover objective insights that inform our design decisions. By maintaining objectivity and using rigorous analysis techniques, you can ensure that your design solutions are grounded in evidence and truly meet the needs of your users. I hope you've realized that analyzing user research data is not just about crunching numbers. It's about understanding the people behind the data. By diving deep into user behaviors and needs, you gain valuable insights that drive our design decisions and ultimately shape the user experience. So, as you embark on your own future UX design projects, remember to approach data analysis with an open mind and commitment to objectivity. Let the insights you uncover guide your design decisions and lead to impactful outcomes for your users.
In this video, you'll see an example of the gap between user expectations and designer assumptions, and you'll be introduced to user personas and empathy maps, the differences between them, and how they can help bridge the empathy gap. Hi, I'm Maya, and this is my coworker, Alex. We're UX designers on a mission to create the perfect city app for our users.
I'm excited to make something amazing that everyone will love.
Me too. But I have a question. Who exactly is this everyone you're talking about? You need to answer that question, or you may have a problem. We're designers, full of creative ideas, but we're missing a crucial piece of the puzzle. We need to understand our users.
Why is it so hard to know what people want?
I think it's because you're making assumptions based on our own experiences, not theirs. You may be asking, how do we avoid missing this piece of the puzzle? The answer is simple: user personas and empathy maps. Let me explain. User personas are like trusty guides on this design journey. They represent different types of users, each with their own needs, goals, and frustrations. Think of them as detailed blueprints that paint a clear picture of who the users are and what they're looking for. By diving deep into their environment, demographics, behaviors, and motivations, you can better understand how to tailor designs to meet their specific needs. User personas help you empathize with your audience, putting yourselves in their shoes to create experiences that feel personalized and intuitive. So as you embark on your design adventure, keep user personas close at hand to guide you every step of the way toward creating truly impactful digital experiences.
And empathy maps take a more detailed view. They help you understand how your users think and feel, so you can truly empathize with them. With empathy maps, you explore their thoughts, emotions, even their pain and gain points, uncovering valuable clues that guide your design decisions. By mapping out their journey, from their first interaction with your product to their ultimate goal, you gain a deeper understanding of their needs and desires. Empathy maps aren't just about collecting data. They're about forging a connection, allowing you to design experiences that resonate on a human level. So let's embark on this journey of empathy, creating truly impactful designs.
It sounds like with user personas and empathy maps by our side, you can remove your assumptions and bridge the gap between what users expect and your solutions. So, Alex and my other designer friends, let's go on this adventure together and create amazing experiences.
Hey there, design enthusiasts! In this video, we will explore the world of empathy mapping. By the end of this video, you should be able to explain the steps to build an empathy map. An empathy map is a powerful tool that helps us organize our research data into 4 key sections: says, does, thinks, and feels. Each section is like a window into the user's world, offering unique perspectives and valuable insights into their experiences and motivations. Let's start with the says section of the empathy map. This segment serves as a direct channel to the verbal expressions, opinions, and feedback of our users. Imagine having a conversation with your users, where they candidly share their experiences, preferences, and pain points. They might express their excitement in discovering a new feature, frustration with a clunky interface, or suggestions for improvement. By actively listening to what our users have to say, you gain insight into what resonates with them and what doesn't. In the says section of the empathy map, you capture not only the explicit feedback provided during user interviews or surveys, but also the subtle nuances conveyed through tone of voice, emphasis, and body language. It's about more than just the words themselves. It's about understanding the underlying emotions and motivations driving your user's behavior. For example, a user might express frustration with the checkout process, but upon further probing, you uncover that their frustration stems from a lack of clarity in the payment options. By paying attention to these verbal cues and nuances, you can identify pain points and areas for improvement that might otherwise go unnoticed. Next up, we have does. This section provides you with a window into the actions and behaviors of our users as they interact with our product or service. Every click, tap, and swipe tells a story about how they navigate through the user journey. In the does section, you go beyond what users say and focus on what they do. You observe their actions in real time, noting patterns, hesitations, moments of delight or frustration. It's about understanding the user experience, not just from their perspective, but through their actions and interactions with our product. For example, you might observe a user repeatedly hovering over a particular button before finally clicking it, indicating uncertainty or hesitation. Or perhaps you notice a user quickly navigating through different sections of the app, suggesting familiarity and ease of use. By paying attention to these behaviors, you can identify areas where the user experience excels and areas where it falls short. Now, let's take a closer look at the thinks section of our empathy map. This section delves into the inner workings of users' minds, uncovering the thoughts, motivations, and underlying drivers behind their actions. In the think section, you move beyond surface-level observations to uncover the underlying reasons behind our users' actions. What are they hoping to achieve by using your product or service? What fears or concerns do they have? What aspirations or goals are they working towards? For example, a user might navigate through the app with the goal of finding a solution to a specific problem they're facing. Their thoughts might revolve around finding a quick and efficient solution while also ensuring that their personal information remains secure. By understanding these thoughts and motivations, you can tailor your design to better meet their needs and alleviate their concerns. Last but not least, we have feels. This section is all about uncovering the emotional landscape of users, the highs and lows, the joys and frustrations that they experience while interacting with our product or service. In the feels section, you seek to understand the emotional impact of your product or service on your users. How do they feel when they first encounter our product? What emotions do they experience as they navigate through the user journey? What moments bring them joy, and what moments cause frustration or disappointment? For example, a user might feel a sense of excitement and anticipation when they first discover our app, followed by frustration if they encounter difficulties during the onboarding process. As they explore the features and functionalities of your product, they might experience moments of delight when they discover a new feature, or frustration when they encounter a roadblock. By understanding these emotions, you can design experiences that not only meet the functional needs of your users, but also their emotional needs. Now that we've covered the 4 sections of the empathy map, let's bring it all together. By synthesizing the data from says, does, thinks, and feels, we can create a holistic view of our user's experience. This deeper understanding allows you to design solutions that truly resonate with your users and meet their needs. Remember, empathy mapping is not a one-time exercise, but an ongoing process. As you gather more data and insights, you continue to refine and iterate on our empathy maps to ensure they accurately reflect your users' evolving needs and behaviors. So embrace the power of empathy mapping in your UX design process and watch as your designs come to life with empathy and understanding. Until next time, happy designing.
You've reached the end of this module. Now you'll recap everything you've learned about understanding users and creating meaningful experiences.
As a UX designer, your mission is to uncover user behavior and needs. To do this, you must get into the minds of your users.
You'll start by immersing yourself with your users and talking directly to them. You'll conduct interviews, administer surveys, and make keen observations. Through these interactions, you'll gain invaluable insights into your users' preferences, behaviors, and pain points. By actively listening to the user feedback, you can grasp the nuances of your users' needs. You'll get to know their likes, dislikes, and everything in between.
Then you'll analyze the data you've collected to uncover patterns and insights. You'll meticulously sift through the information, searching for patterns, trends, and key takeaways. By scrutinizing the data, you'll unveil hidden insights that inform your design decisions. This analytical phase serves as your foundation for understanding the user landscape and guiding the design process.
Now you'll have a wealth of data to work with. At this point, you'll work to distill your findings into user personas. These user personas are fictional representations of distinct user archetypes, each embodying specific traits, behaviors, and motivations. By personifying your users, you'll gain a deeper understanding of their diverse needs and aspirations. The user personas you create will guide you throughout your design journey, ensuring that the end product caters to a variety of user demographics.
Finally, you'll put it all together with an empathy map that captures the emotional journey of your users as they interact with your product. Your empathy map is a visual representation that captures the holistic user experience. It maps out users' thoughts, feelings, and actions at various touchpoints in the design process. Your empathy map will identify your users' challenges and triumphs, helping you to develop a solid understanding of their journey. Empathy maps foster a deeper connection between you and your users.
And there you have it. By understanding your users and building empathy through research and mapping, you can create experiences that resonate with your users. You can leverage your newfound understanding of user behavior and emotions to design intuitive interfaces, seamless interactions, and compelling narratives. The end result is a product that not only meets users' functional needs, but also connects with them on an emotional level. You can make a lasting impact and create experiences that leave a meaningful impression by prioritizing user empathy and research-driven design.
Welcome, UX designers. In this module, you'll focus on stage 2 of the design thinking process, define. In this stage, you'll learn about research insights and how they can help you understand your users' needs. It's a pivotal part of the design process and is one of the cornerstones to effective UX design. Let's get started. This morning, I walked into my favorite coffee shop and ordered a cup of my favorite blend. When my order came out, it was something completely different. I tried to just go with it and enjoy the drink that was given to me, but I really wanted my perfect blend. Instead of a smooth, enjoyable start to my morning, it was total chaos. My user needs were not met, and my morning ritual was disrupted by a simple cup of coffee. This got me thinking about how you can uncover your users' needs. The importance of understanding your users' needs cannot be overstated. Your users, much like me in the coffee shop, crave experiences tailored to their preferences and expectations. So, how can you decipher these elusive user needs? The answer lies in the art of gathering insights through meticulous research and keen observations. Once you sift through your research and draw reasonable insights, you'll translate them into actionable user needs, which means understanding their wants and desires. Think of it this way. As your favorite barista knows your perfect coffee blend, you, as a UX designer, can use the data you've gathered to inform your design decisions, brewing up interfaces that users love to interact with. And remember, you can't overlook the complexity of the human experience. Each user brings unique perspectives, preferences, and experiences. By blending diversity and empathy, you can create digital experiences that resonate with users on a personal level. So, are you ready to embark on this journey of discovery? Grab your favorite cup of joe and let's get started.
Welcome, aspiring designers. Today, we're going into the heart of UX design, exploring the invaluable treasure trove that is user research. So, grab your virtual shovels because we're about to unearth some real gems. By the end of this video, you should be able to explain why user needs are important in UX design. Understanding user needs is crucial to UX design because it ensures that products and services are tailored to meet the expectations and preferences of the intended audience. By gaining insight into users' behaviors, motivations, and pain points, designers can create solutions that address real-world problems and provide meaningful experiences. This user-centric approach not only increases user satisfaction, but also enhances usability, engagement, and ultimately, the success of the product or service in the market. In essence, designing with a deep understanding of user needs is the cornerstone of effective UX design, leading to products that truly resonate with and delight users. Essentially, it's about empathizing with users, walking in their shoes, and seeing the world from their perspective to inform design decisions effectively. Let me illustrate with an example. Imagine you're tasked with designing a mobile banking app, aiming to provide users with seamless access to their finances on the go. Initially, your design instincts may lead you to envision a sleek, modern interface with advanced features and eye-catching animations. After all, who doesn't appreciate a visually stunning app? However, as you perform thorough user research, you discover that a significant portion of your target audience comprises elderly users who may not be as familiar with technology or have limitations in vision and dexterity. Suddenly, your design priorities shift. Through in-depth interviews, surveys, and usability testing, you gain valuable insights into the unique needs and preferences of these users. You discover that simplicity, clarity, and ease of use are paramount to them. They value clear navigation, large and legible text, intuitive controls, and minimal cognitive load. Armed with this newfound understanding, you realize that your initial design direction may not adequately serve this demographic. Instead, you pivot your approach, placing a strong emphasis on accessibility and inclusivity. You streamline the interface, removing unnecessary clutter and complexities. Buttons are enlarged, ensuring they're easily tappable for users with limited dexterity. Text is presented in high contrast colors and adjustable font sizes to accommodate varying visual abilities. Clear, concise language is used throughout the app to minimize confusion. Additionally, you introduce features specifically tailored to the needs of elderly users, such as voice-guided navigation, simplified workflows, and personalized assistance options. As a result of this user-centered design approach, your mobile banking app becomes a model of accessibility and usability, catering to the diverse needs of all users, regardless of age or tech savviness. It not only fosters trust and loyalty among elderly users, but also resonates with users across different demographics, ultimately leading to increased adoption, satisfaction, and success in the market. But user research isn't just about ticking boxes. It's about delving beneath the surface to uncover hidden insights. Here's another real-world example. In a recent project, a team of designers were tasked with revamping an e-commerce website, aiming to elevate the shopping experience for users. Initially, the team operated under the assumption that customers were primarily driven by discounts and promotions. Consequently, they focused their efforts on highlighting flashy deals and enticing offers throughout the website. However, through rigorous user research comprising in-depth interviews, surveys, and usability testing, the team unearthed a surprising revelation. Customers' loyalty wasn't solely tied to discounts. It was rooted in the seamlessness of the checkout process and the ease of returns. Going deeper into user feedback, they discovered that customers valued convenience, reliability, and trustworthiness above all else. Lengthy, convoluted checkout processes and cumbersome return procedures were major pain points that deterred users from completing purchases and eroded trust in the brand. Armed with this invaluable insight, the team recognized their need to pivot their design strategy. Rather than bombarding users with endless promotions, they shifted their focus towards enhancing the overall shopping experience and addressing the pain points identified through user research. They streamlined the checkout process, minimizing the number of steps required to complete a purchase and implementing features such as guest checkout and saved payment methods for returning customers. Additionally, they revamped the returns process, making it hassle-free and transparent with clear instructions and prepaid return labels. Furthermore, they redesigned the website's layout and navigation to prioritize ease of use and intuitive browsing, ensuring that users could find what they needed quickly and efficiently. In conclusion, user research isn't just a box to check. It's a superpower that empowers designers to create meaningful, impactful experiences. So, embrace it, cherish it, and let it guide you on your design journey. Until next time, happy designing!
Hello, UX designers. In this video, you'll learn how user needs guide design decisions and influence user satisfaction. Let's get going. Let me set the scene. Imagine yourself as a sailor navigating the vast sea of digital landscapes. But instead of stars guiding your ship, it's the needs of your users that steer your course. When I'm steering the ship, I use a compass for guidance. In the context of UX design, the compass I follow is the user who's at the center of our designs and informs my path forward. Users are my North Star when I create digital experiences. Take, for example, the design of a smartphone app. By prioritizing user needs, I can ensure that every tap, swipe, and interaction is intuitive and seamless. This makes the user happy and adds value to the business by fostering customer satisfaction and loyalty. So, the question remains, how do I know what my users' needs are? You'll conduct user research, gather feedback, and learn what you can about your users. Let's consider an example of how you might get to know your users. Imagine you're designing a website for an online marketplace. You talk to users, both individually and in groups. You also have them do in-person usability testing to see what works and what doesn't. With all of the information you gain, your insights indicate that your users value simplicity and efficiency above all else. Armed with this insight, you craft a streamlined browsing experiences that users keep coming back to for more. But here's the beauty of it. User needs aren't static. They evolve over time, influenced by technology, culture, and shifting preferences. That's why your compass remains fixed on the North Star, but your journey to get to the end destination must adapt. As you navigate through your journey of UX design, always remember, let the user's needs be your compass. They will guide you towards the shores of user satisfaction and business success.
Welcome, future UX designers. Today, we're embarking on an exciting journey into the world of user experience design, focusing on the invaluable technique of affinity diagramming. By the end of this video, you will be able to translate research insights into user needs, apply user needs assessment techniques to inform design decisions. This process will give you the skills needed to create digital experiences that users appreciate. So, let's dive right in and explore the art of analyzing user research findings. First, let's take a moment to understand the significance of affinity diagramming. Imagine you're faced with a vast collection of puzzle pieces, each representing a unique insight gathered from user research. Affinity diagramming is like assembling these pieces into a coherent picture, revealing the underlying patterns and themes that inform our design decisions. The primary purpose of affinity diagramming is to make sense of complexity. It allows us to organize and categorize a multitude of insights, user needs, and pain points, enabling us to extract meaningful patterns and themes. Think of it as untangling a web of information to uncover the core essence of user experiences. Now, let's explore the tools at our disposal for affinity diagramming. Although there are several options available, including Creately, Lucidchart, and Canva, today we'll focus on Canva, a versatile platform that offers a user-friendly interface and many design elements to bring our diagrams to life. Canva is like a virtual artist studio, providing us with all the tools we need to express our ideas visually. Whether you're a novice or an experienced designer, Canva's intuitive interface makes it easy to create stunning diagrams and visualizations. For our purposes, create a free account in Canva by selecting Sign Up and entering your desired email and password. Now that you have an account, you're ready to begin your Affinity diagramming journey with Canva. Select Create a Design and choose a blank canvas or select a pre-designed template to kickstart your creative process. Remember, simplicity is key. Start with a clean slate, ready to be filled with insights. Now, let's imagine Canva as your digital bulletin board. Navigate to the Elements tab and search for Sticky Notes. Select a color that resonates with you and drag it onto your canvas. Each sticky note will represent a unique insight gathered from user research. With your sticky notes in place, it's time to start organizing them into meaningful clusters. Look for commonalities and connections among the insights, grouping related notes together to form cohesive clusters. To provide structure to your diagram, add headers to each cluster. These headers act as signposts, guiding viewers through the different themes and categories present in your research findings. The larger the cluster, the bigger the theme. Use Canva's text tool to label each cluster with clear and concise headers. Arrows and lines play a crucial role in connecting various clusters and illustrating relationships between different themes. Use Canva's line tool to draw connections, creating a visual roadmap that guides viewers through your diagram with ease. Don't hesitate to add visual elements, such as icons, images, and illustrations, to enhance understanding and engagement. Canva offers a vast library of visual assets to choose from, allowing you to customize your diagram and make it visually compelling. Once you've assembled your diagram, take a step back and review it with a critical eye. Fine-tune any details, adjust colors, and ensure visual consistency throughout. Your Affinity diagram is now a powerful visual tool ready to communicate insights effectively to stakeholders. Thank you for joining me on this exploration of Affinity diagramming with Canva. Until next time, keep designing with empathy and curiosity. Goodbye for now.
Welcome, future UX designers. Today we're going into the heart of UX design, transforming research insights into user needs. By the end of this video, you should be able to translate research insights into user needs. Before we start, let's clarify what we mean by research insights. Now, just like a detective gathers clues to crack a case, we gather research insights to unravel the secrets of user behavior and preferences. You can find research insights in a variety of places, from the words users speak in interviews to the clicks they make on a website. Imagine each insight as a clue, slowly revealing the bigger picture of the user experience journey. For example, picture yourself conducting interviews with users, asking probing questions to uncover their wants, needs, and pain points. Or you might use surveys and analytics to gather a wealth of data that offers insights into user preferences and behaviors on a larger scale. You comb through this data looking for patterns and anomalies that reveal hidden truths about our users. But perhaps the most intriguing source of research insights is observing users. Imagine yourself as a silent observer watching as users interact with your product in real time. Their actions provide invaluable insights into how they navigate the digital landscape and where they encounter roadblocks along the way. Ultimately, these research insights guide us toward a deeper understanding of our users and their needs. UX designers use these insights to craft compelling user experiences that resonate with our audience. Now, let's talk about user needs. Picture a bridge connecting users to their goals. Our job as UX designers is to build a sturdy bridge that helps them cross effortlessly. User needs are the pillars of this bridge. They support everything we create. Imagine standing on one side of a wide river with your destination on the other side. But between you and that goal lies a vast expanse of water, seemingly impossible to cross. Enter the bridge, a sturdy, well-built structure that spans the river, offering you a clear path to your destination. Now, think of this bridge as the digital experience we create for users. It's not just a means of getting from point A to point B. It's a lifeline connecting users to their goals, aspirations, and desires. Our job as UX designers is to ensure that this bridge is not only functional, but also beautiful. User needs serve as the foundation upon which the entire bridge rests. Without them, the bridge would crumble, leaving users stranded and frustrated, unable to reach their destination. And each pillar plays a crucial role in supporting the user's journey. But building a bridge is not just about erecting pillars. It's about creating a cohesive and harmonious structure that guides users effortlessly towards their goals. This means considering the context in which the bridge exists, the user's environment, mindset, and constraints. By focusing on user needs as the pillars of our design, we ensure that every element of our digital experience is purposeful and intentional. Just as the well-built bridge withstands the test of time and weather, our designs stand strong against the ever-changing landscape of technology and user expectations. Let's explore this concept with a real-world example. Imagine you're designing an e-commerce website. Through your research, you discover that users often abandon their carts during checkout. This is a valuable insight, but what does it tell us about their needs? Here's where the magic happens. We take this data point and ask ourselves, what underlying need is not being met? Is it a lack of trust in the payment process? Confusion about shipping costs? By digging deeper, we uncover the true user need, a seamless and secure checkout experience. When we've identified what users need, it's time to roll up our sleeves and get creative. Every decision you make and design element you choose should serve the needs of the website's users. In our e-commerce example, we might redesign the checkout flow to prioritize transparency and simplicity. By integrating trust signals and clear pricing information, we're building a bridge that instills confidence and guides users to their destination. But our work doesn't stop there. We must put our designs to the test. User testing allows us to gather feedback, identify pain points, and refine our solutions until they meet the mark. Returning to our e-commerce website, we observe users navigating the new checkout flow. We listen to their feedback, watch their interactions, and make adjustments based on their needs. This iterative process ensures that our designs evolve with the ever-changing landscape of user experience. Transforming insights into user needs is the cornerstone of effective UX design. Like a skilled civil engineer, we bridge the gap between data and design, ensuring that every pixel serves a purpose. So remember, embrace the power of research, empathize with your users, and let their needs guide your creative journey. Until next time, keep designing with heart and empathy. Your users will thank you for it. UX design, at its heart, is about deeply understanding your users. It's not just about making something functional or visually appealing. It's about solving their problems and creating experiences that truly improve their lives. In this video, you're going to analyze a real-world case study, unpacking how user needs were identified, addressed, and continuously refined throughout the design process. You'll gain insights you can apply to your own UX projects. By the end of this video, you should be able to explain how a UX case study reveals user needs. Introducing the case study, the clunky enterprise tool. Let's imagine a classic UX challenge, a piece of enterprise software designed for internal use at a large company. Think of those tools with endless menus, confusing terminology, and a distinct designed by engineers feel. Users struggle to complete tasks, wasting time and getting frustrated. The company recognizes this and brings in a UX team to give the software a much-needed overhaul. Step 1 begins with understanding the as-is, or the current situation. The UX team doesn't dive right into redesigning. They start with understanding the current user experience, pain points and all. To gain insight into the user experience, the UX team starts with user interviews. They talk to actual employees across roles, both novices and power users alike, to get firsthand accounts of where the software makes their jobs harder. Next, they observe the users by watching them wrestle with the tool in their real work environment. This reveals issues people might not even be consciously aware of. Finally, the UX team performs a task analysis. They break down the most common tasks users need to complete within the software and map every step currently involved. Based on their research, the UX team has some initial findings. They begin to see patterns emerging. First, users have trouble with the terminology in the enterprise software tool. Internal jargon makes sense to the developers, but baffles users. Plain language is needed. The software also has hidden features. Key functionality is buried so deeply in menus that many users don't even know it exists. And they also see that users have developed their own inefficient hacks to compensate for the software's shortcomings, signaling areas ripe for improvement. Step 2 in this case study is prioritizing needs. The team could try to fix everything at once, but that's a recipe for getting overwhelmed. Instead, they focus on the crux of the problem. What are the most common tasks that are currently the most painful? Prioritize those for the redesign. They also look for issues that disproportionately impact certain user groups. It might be smarter to start there rather than trying to overhaul everything all at once. In step 3, the UX team moves from user needs to solutions, which starts the first round of iterating. The team brainstorms ideas for revising the enterprise software. They might create lo-fi wireframes or even just whiteboard sketches to quickly explore potential solutions based on the needs they've uncovered. The UX team presents the rough concepts to users for their feedback. The focus isn't so much, is this beautiful, but does this solve your problem in a simpler way? Step 4 is when the UX team analyzes the user feedback from round 1 of iterating. The team doesn't just take user feedback as gospel. They analyze it to get to the why. Did users encounter unexpected stumbling blocks? Maybe a navigation concept made sense on paper, but proves confusing in practice. Back to the drawing board. The UX team also looks for positive surprises in the feedback. Perhaps a solution the team thought was minor ends up being the thing users are most excited about. This might signal a shift in priorities. Step 5 starts a new round of iteration and improvement. Armed with the insights from round 1, the team refines. They might create higher fidelity mockups, addressing the feedback received. More user testing likely follows. Key here is not being wedded to initial ideas, but ruthlessly prioritizing what works best for the users. The case study's outcome isn't just a prettier interface. It's likely to include metrics such as reduced task completion times, fewer errors, and a decrease in calls to the tech support help desk, all of which validate the design decisions. It's also likely to include user satisfaction in the form of quotes or survey data, showing users enjoy the tool more and find it less stressful to use, which are powerful proof points. This case study shows us that user needs are your North Star. Every design decision you make should be traceable back to a user problem it aims to solve. It also shows that the design process isn't linear. Great UX embraces feedback loops. Be prepared to pivot when testing reveals a better path. And remember, done is never truly done. Even after launch, continue to gather data, observe how real users interact with your design, and iterate for continuous improvement.
You've reached the end of this module. Now you'll recap everything you've learned about translating user insights into actionable user needs to inform design decisions. Let's get going. As you navigated through the dynamic landscape of user needs assessment, you've explored the art of synthesizing insights from research data. Each piece of data collected and every observation made contributes to your understanding. As you experimented with different techniques and perspectives, you navigated through various research methodologies, from interviews and surveys to usability testing and analytics. Think of it like painting a portrait. With each bit of paint and perspective, you get closer and closer to revealing the bigger picture. But it's not just about gathering data. It's about the art of translating these raw insights into tangible, actionable user needs. During this module, you have been honing your skills to understand not just what users say, but what they truly need. And you're starting to understand that users may have both hidden desires and frustrations, both of which are important to be aware of when it comes to your UX design. Next, armed with invaluable insights, you learn to apply user needs assessment techniques to inform your design decisions. You found the balance of blending creativity with data-driven decision-making to enhance user experiences. But what does all this mean for your journey as a UX designer? Well, it means you're gaining the skills and knowledge to create digital experiences that truly resonate with users. From crafting intuitive navigation flows to designing visually appealing interfaces, you are well on your way to making a meaningful impact in the world of user experience and user interface design. As you continue on this exciting path of learning and growth, remember that user needs assessment isn't just about data. It's about empathy, understanding, and ultimately, creating experiences that please and inspire users. With each module, you get one step closer to making a difference in the digital world.
Hello and welcome. In this module, you'll learn why ideation is crucial for successful design and discover different techniques to spark your creative thinking. You'll also practice using 2 key ideation methods and master the art of presenting your ideas clearly. Let's begin. Ever feel stuck trying to solve a problem, like your brain just hit a brick wall? We've all been there. But what if there was a secret weapon for generating amazing ideas? That weapon is called design ideation. Design ideation is the magic that happens when you use creativity to come up with solutions. It's like brainstorming on steroids. By using different techniques, you can explore all sorts of possibilities to find the perfect solution. One way to ideate is through brainstorming. Get a group together, bounce ideas off each other, and see where it takes you. No idea is too much. But sometimes you need some quiet time to explore on your own. Sketching, mind mapping, or even taking a walk can spark some serious inspiration. After all that ideation, it's time to organize your ideas. Tools like PowerPoint can help you create clear and compelling presentations to share your solutions with others. By using design ideation, you can transform user needs into innovative solutions. It's the foundation for creating amazing user experiences, just like this new mobile app. So, are you ready to tap into your creativity? In this module, you'll learn all about design ideation and how to apply it to real-world projects. Let's get started and turn those ideas into reality. Welcome. Let's get going and learn about the ideation phase in the design thinking process. In this video, you'll gain an understanding of why ideation is crucial, the different techniques used, and how it leads to innovative solutions. In the fast-paced world of UX design, innovation is the rule. But how can you create groundbreaking solutions that captivate users and set your products apart from the competition? The answer lies in the art of ideation, the process of generating and developing new ideas. Let's discover some powerful techniques to increase your innovation potential. Imagine that you're tasked with redesigning a mobile app for a travel booking company. You know that to create an app that truly wows users, you need to brainstorm a wide range of innovative ideas. Brainstorming is one of the most popular techniques for ideation. It's a dynamic process that unleashes the creative potential of individuals or groups by fostering a non-judgmental environment where ideas can flow freely. In a typical brainstorming session, participants are encouraged to generate as many ideas as possible, regardless of their feasibility or practicality. This uninhibited approach allows for the exploration of diverse perspectives and encourages thinking outside the box. Let's learn about some popular brainstorming techniques. Scamper is a series of thought sparkers or provocations which help you to innovate on an existing product, service, or situation by looking through different lenses. There are 7 provocation lenses in the Scamper method: substitute, combine, adapt, modify, put to another use, eliminate, and rearrange. To use Scamper, you'd go down the list of the 7 elements and ask questions about the values, benefits, services, touchpoints, product attributes, pricing, markets, and essentially any other related aspect you might be able to think of that has relevance to your needs. Rapid sketching is an effective brainstorming technique to generate new ideas and solve problems. To start, you and your fellow brainstormers will gather together and choose a topic. Then, each person has 8 minutes to come up with 8 ideas related to the topic. There are no wrong answers, and all ideas are welcome. The worst possible idea is an ideation method where you will purposefully seek the worst solutions in ideation sessions. It can be a highly effective method to kickstart the creative process. After you deconstruct the terrible ideas, you can find powerful insights that may serve as the foundations for later brainstorming sessions. Mind mapping provides a structured and visual way to capture and organize ideas and information. The technique is used to develop new ideas or to break down and better understand existing information. A mind map is built around a single, central topic. All the information on your map is anchored to the same start point. By placing the main idea at the center, it's easier for others to understand the core focus of your mind map. And there you have it, ideation in action. But why is ideation so crucial? Because it's the spark that ignites innovation. Ideation allows you to explore new possibilities, challenge assumptions, and push the boundaries of what's possible. It's the foundation upon which groundbreaking solutions are built, the catalyst that propels you forward on your journey to create exceptional user experiences.
Welcome back. This video continues the conversation on ideation techniques. By the end of this video, you should be able to explain different design ideation techniques. Now, let's kick things off by revisiting some of the ideation techniques you've already learned about. First up, brainstorming. Picture yourself in a room filled with your teammates, armed with markers and a whiteboard. I'd like to share a few practical tips to make the most of your brainstorming sessions. Start by encouraging diverse participation. Ensure everyone has a chance to contribute their ideas, regardless of their role or experience level. Embrace the diversity of perspectives within your team. Next, set clear goals. Define the problem or challenge you're tackling at the outset of the brainstorming session. Clear objectives help focus the discussion and guide the generation of relevant ideas. And embrace quantity over quality. Encourage participants to generate as many ideas as possible without worrying about judgment or evaluation. Quantity breeds creativity and provides a broader pool of options to explore. Next, let's explore mind mapping. Imagine sitting at your desk with a blank sheet of paper, ready to map out your thoughts and ideas. What can you do to leverage mind mapping effectively? Start with a central idea, theme, or problem statement you want to explore. Write it down in the center of your mind map to serve as the focal point. Next, branch out. From the central idea, create branches that represent related concepts, themes, or subtopics. Use lines, arrows, and keywords to connect these elements and illustrate their relationships. Finally, embrace nonlinear thinking. Mind mapping allows you to capture ideas in a nonlinear format, freeing your mind from the constraints of traditional linear thinking. Embrace the fluidity of the process and let your ideas flow organically. Another powerful ideation technique used by designers and innovators to spark creativity and generate fresh ideas is Scamper. Each letter in Scamper represents a different approach to thinking about a problem or concept. S, substitute. consider substituting one element for another to explore new possibilities. For example, could you replace a traditional component with something unconventional? C. Combine. Look for opportunities to combine different ideas, features, or elements to create something entirely new and innovative. Sometimes the magic happens when you merge seemingly unrelated concepts. A. Adapt. Think about how you can adapt existing solutions or concepts to fit your current problem or challenge. Can you tweak a concept from another industry and apply it to your own? M. Modify. Explore ways to modify or tweak existing elements or features to improve or transform them. This could involve changing shapes, sizes, colors, or functionalities. P. Put to another use. Consider how you can repurpose existing ideas, products, or solutions for a completely different application or audience. Sometimes a fresh perspective can unlock hidden potential. E. Eliminate. Identify elements or components that are unnecessary or redundant and consider removing them altogether. Simplifying a concept can often lead to more elegant and effective solutions. R. Reverse. Challenge conventional thinking by reversing the usual order or sequence of things. What happens if you do things in the opposite way? Sometimes flipping things around can lead to surprising insights. Using the scamper method, you can systematically explore different dimensions of a problem or concept, encouraging divergent thinking and unlocking innovative solutions. Next up is the worst-case scenario technique, a creative thinking method that involves envisioning the most extreme or negative outcomes associated with a particular idea, decision, or situation. Although it might sound counterintuitive at first, exploring worst-case scenarios can actually be a valuable tool for problem-solving and decision-making. Here's how it works. Step 1. Identify the idea or decision. Start by clearly defining the idea, decision, or situation that you want to explore. Step 2. Imagine the worst-case scenario. Encourage participants to imagine the absolute worst possible outcomes associated with the idea or decision. This could include everything from financial losses and reputation damage to safety hazards or legal issues. Step 3. Explore root causes. When you've identified potential worst-case scenarios, dig deeper into the root causes behind them. What factors or circumstances could lead to these negative outcomes? Are there any underlying weaknesses or vulnerabilities that need to be addressed? Step 4. Brainstorm mitigation strategies. With a clear understanding of the potential risks, brainstorm strategies for mitigating or preventing the worst-case scenarios from occurring. This might involve implementing safety measures, contingency plans, or alternative approaches to minimize the impact of potential failures. And lastly, Step 5. Iterate and refine. Use the insights gained from exploring worst-case scenarios to refine your idea, decision, or strategy. By addressing potential risks up front, you can strengthen your plans and increase the likelihood of success. Although the worst-case scenario technique may initially seem pessimistic, it can actually be a proactive and empowering approach to problem-solving. By confronting potential risks head-on, you can better prepare for challenges and make more informed decisions. Finally, let's touch on sketching. This hands-on approach allows you to visualize your ideas and explore different design directions. Here are some practical insights for incorporating sketching into your ideation process. Start with rough sketches. Don't worry about creating polished or detailed drawings right away. Begin with rough sketches to capture the essence of your ideas quickly. Also, iterate often. Use sketching as a tool for rapid iteration. Experiment with different layouts, compositions, and visual elements to refine your concepts and uncover new possibilities. And embrace collaboration. Sketching can be a collaborative process, especially in team environments. Share your sketches with colleagues and invite feedback to fuel further ideation and iteration. Together, the techniques of brainstorming, mind mapping, the scamper method, worst-case scenario, and sketching form the cornerstone of design ideation, unlocking the door to a world of endless creativity and innovation. And there you have it, folks. With these practical insights and strategies in your toolkit, you're well equipped to lead your team through the exhilarating journey of design ideation. So go forth and unleash your creativity, for the possibilities are endless as the depths of your imagination.
Hey team! In this video, you see examples of common pitfalls that occur during brainstorming sessions. Then, you'll learn about effective techniques that can facilitate a productive brainstorming session. Let's get started. Meet the Dream Team, a diverse group of designers ready to tackle a new project using ideation. We have Mia, the visionary, Carlos, the analytical thinker, Anna, the detail-oriented perfectionist, and Luca, the enthusiastic idea generator. As the brainstorming session kicks off, Mia takes the lead, sharing her bold vision for the project. The ideas flow, and each team member is eager to contribute. But soon, chaos ensues. Mia's grand vision clashes with Carlos's practical approach, leading to a heated debate. Anna becomes overwhelmed with the flood of ideas, struggling to keep up with her meticulous note-taking, and poor Luca feels lost in the whirlwind of conflicting opinions. It's a classic case of brainstorming gone wrong, a tale of miscommunication and lost momentum. Have you ever experienced something like this? Well, there are ways to salvage this situation and turn it into a productive ideation session. First, let's address communication. It's essential for team members to listen actively, respect each other's ideas, and find common ground. It's a great idea to start every brainstorm session with each team member quickly describing their style and the sort of feedback they're looking for. Brainstorming, just like research, is much more successful when you plan ahead from the very beginning. Next, let's talk about organization. For Anna, instead of drowning in notes, she could try using visual aids like mind maps to organize her thoughts and ideas. She could also consider inviting her teammates to contribute to the brainstorming. The bottom line, communication and collaboration are essential. Now let's see about Luca. He shouldn't be afraid to reel in his enthusiasm and focus on quality over quantity. He could channel his energy into refining his ideas rather than overwhelming the team with too many at once. Or it might be beneficial to him to focus on a single idea, then move on, regardless of where he's at. Finally, Mia and Carlos. Remember that the best ideas often emerge from collaboration. It's good to embrace their differences and find ways to blend their visionary concepts with practical solutions. Hopefully, this is already happening, since everyone is actively collaborating throughout. With these strategies in mind, the Dream Team regroups, ready to tackle their brainstorming session with renewed energy and focus. And so, the story ends not with chaos, but with the promise of creativity, collaboration, and innovation. Remember, brainstorming should focus on progress over perfection. With that mindset, brainstorming can be a productive tool during the ideation phase of design thinking.
Welcome. Today, we're exploring the art of facilitating design ideation workshops. So, let's roll up our sleeves and get started. By the end of this video, you should be able to explain how to facilitate design ideation workshops along with tips and tricks to enhance them. Let's first talk about setting the stage for an ideation workshop. This is about creating an atmosphere where creativity can flourish, ideas can flow freely, and collaboration thrives. Start by greeting participants warmly as they arrive, perhaps with a friendly smile and a welcoming gesture. Introduce yourself to create a conversational and personable atmosphere. Consider setting up the space in a way that encourages interaction, such as arranging chairs in a circle or around a central table to facilitate eye contact and engagement. When everyone is settled, kick off the session with a brief introduction that sets the tone for the session ahead. Outline the objectives and provide an overview of the agenda. This helps participants understand what to expect and keeps everyone aligned towards a common goal. Additionally, consider incorporating icebreaker activities or warm-up exercises to help participants loosen up and get into a creative mindset. These not only help build rapport among participants, but also stimulate the brain and prime it for creative thinking. Now, think about encouraging creativity in the idea session. As the facilitator, remember that it's not just about generating ideas. It's about fostering a culture of innovation that emboldens participants to explore uncharted territories and challenge the status quo. So, first and foremost, inspire participants to break away from conventional thinking and venture into uncharted waters. Remind them that the sky's the limit when it comes to brainstorming. Recognize that each participant brings a unique set of experiences, insights, and ideas to the table. Encourage collaboration and idea sharing among participants from different backgrounds, disciplines, and skill sets. Emphasize the value of diversity in ideation, as it often leads to richer, more innovative solutions that cater to a broader range of needs and preferences. In the spirit of brainstorming, remind participants that there are no bad ideas. Encourage them to suspend judgment and embrace all ideas, no matter how outlandish or impractical they may seem initially. Sometimes the most seemingly absurd ideas serve as catalysts for groundbreaking innovations. By creating a safe space where creativity can flourish without fear of criticism or ridicule, you empower participants to think freely and contribute their wildest ideas with confidence. Above all, lead by example. Demonstrate a genuine enthusiasm for creativity and a willingness to explore unconventional ideas yourself. Encourage participants to take risks, experiment, and push the boundaries of what's possible. By fostering a culture of creativity, innovation, and psychological safety, you establish an environment where groundbreaking solutions can emerge, setting the stage for transformative change and impactful design outcomes. The next thing to think about when facilitating ideation sessions is how to manage group dynamics. It's your role to ensure that every participant's voice is heard and valued, fostering an environment of collaboration and respect. This starts with promoting active listening. Encourage participants to listen attentively to each other's ideas, perspectives, and concerns. Emphasize the importance of empathetic listening, where participants seek to understand each other's viewpoints before responding. By fostering a culture of active listening, you create a foundation of mutual respect and understanding that is essential for effective collaboration. When conflicts inevitably arise, approach them with diplomacy and tact. Acknowledge the differing viewpoints and emotions involved, and work towards finding common ground and resolution. Act as a mediator, facilitating constructive dialogue and guiding participants towards a mutually beneficial outcome. Ensure that everyone has an opportunity to contribute to the discussion. Monitor the conversation closely and intervene if certain voices are dominating the discussion or if quieter participants are being overlooked. Use techniques such as round-robin brainstorming or go-around sessions to ensure that everyone has a chance to share their ideas and insights. In round-robin brainstorming and go-around sessions, each participant takes turns sharing their ideas one after the other in a systematic fashion. You might set a predetermined order for participants to speak, or pass around an object, like a talking stick or a token, to indicate whose turn it is to contribute. These techniques help prevent dominant voices from monopolizing the conversation and ensure that quieter or less assertive participants have an equal opportunity to participate. Next, during your ideation sessions, be sure to capture ideas effectively. As the facilitator, your role is to ensure that no idea goes unnoticed or unrecorded, creating a rich repository of creative inspiration for future exploration. Provide participants with an array of tools and resources to express their ideas freely, whether it's colorful sticky notes, markers, whiteboards, or digital collaboration platforms. Encourage participants to think visually, sketching out their ideas, diagrams, or prototypes to communicate their concepts more effectively. Also, be diligent about documenting all ideas as they emerge. Assign someone to serve as the scribe or note-taker, capturing ideas in real time and organizing them for easy reference. Use visual aids such as mind maps, affinity diagrams, or digital collaboration tools to organize and categorize ideas, making it easier to identify patterns and themes. And finally, emphasize the importance of follow-up after the ideation session. Review the captured ideas with the team, identifying promising concepts and potential areas for further exploration. Encourage participants to continue building upon the ideas generated during the session, iterating and refining them into actionable solutions. By nurturing a culture of ideation and innovation, you lay the foundation for transformative change and breakthrough solutions that drive meaningful impact. So, there you have it. With these strategies in your facilitation toolkit, you'll be well equipped to lead impactful and productive ideation workshops. Remember, fostering a collaborative and creative environment is the key to unlocking innovation and driving positive change in your UX design process. Now, go forth and facilitate with confidence. Hello again. In this video, we're going to delve into the wonderful world of mind mapping and how it can supercharge your brainstorming sessions. By the end of this video, you should be able to describe how to perform brainstorming using mind maps. Let me paint a picture for you. Imagine you're part of a dynamic design team tasked with revamping a recipe app. You're all gathered, brainstorming ideas and sipping on steaming cups of coffee. But as you go deeper into the project, you start to feel the weight of the challenge. How do you improve upon an app that already boasts millions of loyal users? How do you cater to a diverse range of culinary tastes and dietary preferences? The questions swirl around the room like a whirlwind, threatening to derail your creative momentum. It's moments like these when traditional brainstorming methods fall short. Sure, you could jot down ideas on sticky notes or create a sprawling spreadsheet, but how do you capture the full scope of your team's collective imagination? How do you distill a deluge of ideas into actionable insights? That's where mind mapping comes in. This technique provides a visual framework for organizing your thoughts and ideas in a way that's both intuitive and dynamic. With the help of mind mapping software, you can transform your chaotic brainstorming sessions into structured, strategic endeavors that yield tangible results. As you've learned, mind mapping is a visual brainstorming technique that helps you organize your thoughts and ideas in a nonlinear way. So let's walk through the process of creating a mind map using this handy software. Let's begin with the foundation of your mind map, the central idea. Think of this as the anchor that grounds your brainstorming session and provides a clear focal point for your creativity to flourish. In our case, the central idea is the recipe app redesign, a monumental task that holds the promise of transforming the culinary landscape for millions of users worldwide. This central idea serves as the nucleus of your mind map, around which all other concepts and themes will orbit. With the central idea firmly established, it's time to start branching out and exploring related ideas. Think of these branches as the tendrils of a vine, reaching out in all directions to capture the essence of your brainstorming session. As you delve into the intricacies of the recipe app redesign, jot down any thoughts or concepts that come to mind and connect them to the central idea. For example, under the recipe app branch, you might have sub-branches for features like meal planning, grocery lists, and dietary preferences. These related ideas serve to enrich and expand upon the central theme, providing a holistic view of the design challenge at hand. By branching out with related ideas, you'll uncover hidden connections and unlock new possibilities that may have otherwise gone unnoticed. This process of exploration and discovery is the essence of mind mapping, and it's the key to unlocking your team's full creative potential. But wait, there's more. Mind mapping isn't just about generating ideas, it's also about organizing and refining them. Now, let's focus on organizing your thoughts. Imagine you've been brainstorming ideas for the recipe app redesign for hours, and your mind map resembles a dense thicket of branches and sub-branches, each bursting with creative potential. It's time to take a step back and survey the landscape, looking for common themes and patterns that may have emerged during your brainstorming session. As you look at the mind map, you're likely to find branches with ideas you don't want to pursue. If you know right away that an idea isn't a good fit for the project, take the time to prune these branches before investing any additional effort. And just like that, you've transformed your chaotic brainstorming session into a tree with a branching canopy of ideas, neatly organized and ready for action. This structured approach not only helps solidify your understanding of the design challenge, but also provides a roadmap for moving forward with confidence. But our journey doesn't end here. Mind mapping isn't just a one-time activity. It's a dynamic tool that you can revisit and refine as your project evolves. Use your mind map as a roadmap to guide your design process and watch as your ideas transform into innovative solutions. So there you have it. With the power of mind mapping on your side, there's no limit to what you can create. Happy brainstorming, and may your designs be ever inspiring.
Hello. Today you're going to learn about the role of creative constraints in the ideation process. With this, you'll find out how constraints can inspire creativity, drive focus, and lead to innovative design solutions. Hey Jamal, as a fellow UX designer, have you ever noticed how some of our most innovative ideas come to life when we're faced with substantial limitations?
Oh, for sure, Priya. It's like those constraints force us to get creative and consider solutions.
Exactly. Take our last project, for example, the challenge of designing an educational app for children in remote areas with limited access to technology pushed us to rethink conventional design. I love how our solution was designed to operate offline and use low-bandwidth technology to ensure accessibility even in remote areas with limited internet connectivity.
Ah, yes, that was an awesome product. It was so cool that we addressed the constraints by using interactive lessons, quizzes, and educational games that are designed to be lightweight and optimized for offline use.
So, what do you think it is about constraints that ignite our creativity in such a powerful way?
Well, I think it's because constraints have this remarkable ability to act as catalysts for creativity. When we're faced with limitations, whether it's a tight deadline, a restricted budget, or technological constraints, we're forced to think differently. These constraints challenge the status quo and compel us to find unconventional solutions to complex problems. Think of it like a racehorse with blinders on. Those constraints help the horse to focus on the task at hand and ignore all the other distractions.
That's a great analogy and a fascinating perspective. Can you elaborate on how constraints encourage us to find beauty in simplicity?
Sure, when we're working within constraints, we're often forced to strip away the unnecessary and focus on what truly matters. This emphasis on simplicity not only streamlines the design process, but also allows us to create elegant solutions that resonate with users on a deeper level. By distilling complex ideas, we can communicate more effectively and deliver experiences that are intuitive and user-friendly. As the saying by writer Antoine de Saint-Exupéry goes, a designer knows he has achieved perfection not when there's nothing left to add, but when there's nothing left to take away.
So, in a way, constraints push us out of our comfort zones and encourage us to explore uncharted territory?
Yes, constraints push us beyond the boundaries of what we know and compel us to venture into the unknown. It's in these uncharted territories that we often find the most innovative and impactful solutions. By embracing constraints as opportunities rather than obstacles, we can unlock new levels of creativity and achieve design excellence.
That's incredibly inspiring. It's amazing to think about how constraints can actually fuel our creativity and lead to breakthrough designs.
Yeah, constraints may limit our options, but they also open up a world of possibilities. It's all about how we choose to approach them, whether we see them as roadblocks or as stepping stones to innovation.
So for our current project, let's start by brainstorming ways to leverage our latest constraints to our advantage and create something truly remarkable.
Welcome. In this video, we're going to take a look at AI-powered user research. We'll see how Microsoft Edge CoPilot can transform the way we gather and analyze user insights. By the end of this video, you'll be able to use Edge CoPilot for user research, apply Edge CoPilot to gather insights for product design. We all know user research is the backbone of great UX design. It helps us understand our audience's needs, pain points, and desires. Traditionally, this has been a time-consuming process, but with the right tools, we can supercharge our efforts. Enter Edge CoPilot. It's like having a research assistant built right into your browser. Let's say we're designing a new e-commerce platform and want to know how people feel about the current competition. We could spend hours sifting through endless reviews, but CoPilot can help us cut through the noise. See this sidebar? That's CoPilot. If you haven't downloaded it yet, do so now by downloading Microsoft Edge and following the installation instructions. Look at this. CoPilot has analyzed dozens of reviews and given us a snapshot of overall sentiment, positive, negative, or mixed. It even highlights key themes mentioned by users. We can quickly see that people love the competitor's product selection but find their checkout process frustrating. This is incredibly valuable information. In minutes, we've identified a potential area for improvement in our own design based on user feedback on our competitors' sites. CoPilot isn't just for sentiment analysis. Let's say we're working on a mobile app for language learners and want to find common challenges they face. Online forums are full of rich user discussions, but finding the right threads can be like finding a needle in a haystack. Watch this. CoPilot has scanned the entire thread and extracted the main points. Now, we don't have to read every single comment to get the gist of the conversation. We see that users love having interactive exercises, but struggle with staying motivated. Another great insight to guide our design choices. Let me show you one more example. Let's say we're working on a productivity app and want to gather ideas for new features. Reddit contains a goldmine of user feedback on its app, but it's scattered across different boards. CoPilot can help us aggregate this information. CoPilot has pulled together feature requests from different users. We see that a customizable timer and a focus mode are popular suggestions. This gives us concrete ideas to explore further and potentially incorporate into our app. That's just a taste of what Edge CoPilot can do for user research. It's not a replacement for in-depth interviews or usability testing, but it's a powerful tool to supplement your existing methods. It's like having a magnifying glass that helps you focus on the most important insights. So, take some time and explore the Edge CoPilot tool. Start thinking of some questions you have about your grocery shopping app and use CoPilot to help you uncover some of the answers. Remember, CoPilot is an excellent resource to get the research process started, but doesn't fully replace putting your designs in front of users. But a combination of research methods will make your designs informed and user-friendly. Happy exploring!
Have you ever wished you could magically turn your design ideas into working prototypes? Imagine a world where you describe your concept and within minutes, a basic interactive model is ready for testing. Well, that future is already starting to arrive, thanks to the power of AI. In this video, you'll explore how AI-powered prototyping tools are revolutionizing the way you design, saving valuable time and allowing you to test ideas more rapidly. By the end of this video, you'll be able to explain how AI tools can be used to automate or accelerate the prototyping process. So what is AI-powered prototyping? Well, let's start with the basics. Traditional prototyping often involves creating wireframes or mockups using design software. It can be a time-consuming process, especially early on when you're still experimenting with different layouts and concepts. AI-powered prototyping tools change the game. These tools use natural language processing and machine learning to transform your ideas into interactive prototypes with surprising speed. How does it work? There's a few different approaches. First, there's text-to-prototype. With this approach, you describe the interface you envision, and the AI generates basic wireframes that match your description. Next, there's sketch-to-prototype. In this approach, you upload a simple sketch, and the AI tool converts it into a clickable prototype. Another approach is voice-to-prototype. Some tools even let you describe your design out loud, with the AI interpreting your words to create a prototype. Why should you care about this technology? You should care because AI has the potential to save you significant time and supercharge your workflow in several ways. First, AI makes rapid idea exploration a breeze. Instead of spending hours manually creating early prototypes in design software, AI tools let you quickly visualize ideas. This means you can get feedback from colleagues or even start testing with users much earlier in your process. This ability to get tangible prototypes in front of people quickly accelerates learning. Second, AI makes it possible to iterate at a speed that wasn't previously possible. Want to try a few different button placements, adjust a color scheme, or try a completely different layout? AI lets you test these design variations without painstakingly redrawing everything. You can see how real users react, adjust your prototype in minutes, and get it back into testing. Finally, AI supercharges your workflow by automating some of the more routine tasks involved in prototyping. AI frees you up to focus on the bigger picture. This means you'll have more time to think deeply about design strategy, consider complex user needs, and ensure your solutions are not only functional, but truly resonate with your audience. Let's move from theory to practice. Here are a few specific tasks where AI-powered prototyping tools can make your life as a UX designer much easier. Imagine needing to explore several different layout options for your website's homepage. Instead of painstakingly creating each variation from scratch, AI tools can generate multiple possibilities in seconds just based on your input. Want a hero image on the left? A call to action button in a different color? These changes can be visualized in the blink of an eye. Building basic forms can often feel tedious. With AI, you can simply describe the fields you need, like name, email, phone number, and see the form take shape before you. This saves you the hassle of placing and styling individual form elements within your design software. Need to visualize how a user might navigate through your app? Some AI tools can even translate your descriptions into basic user flow diagrams. This helps you and your team quickly see potential pain points or areas in need of refinement, ensuring a smoother experience for your users. It's important to remember that AI, although remarkably powerful, is a tool designed to assist you, not to replace your expertise. Think of it like the difference between a power drill and a hammer. Both are valuable for building, but sometimes you need the controlled precision of a hand tool to get the job done right. Understanding context is an area where human designers excel. AI might be able to analyze data and spot patterns, but it can't fully grasp the subtleties of your project, the specific needs of your target audience, and the broader implications of your design choices. That's where your knowledge of the project, your research insights, and your ability to consider factors beyond the data come into play. True innovation often springs from creative problem-solving and the ability to understand users on a deep emotional level. AI can generate options and variations, but the spark of a truly groundbreaking solution still comes from your design thinking, your ability to connect with users, and those aha moments of inspiration that are uniquely human. Finally, as a designer, you have an ethical responsibility. AI outputs might be based on vast data sets, but those data sets can contain hidden biases. It's your job to question those outputs, consider how your design choices might impact different groups of users, and ensure you're creating interfaces that are inclusive, fair, and respect user privacy. AI-powered prototyping is a game changer for UX designers. By allowing you to create and experiment rapidly, you'll be able to find the best solutions for your users and iterate on them faster than ever before. Have you ever tried to get just what you needed from AI tools only to fail? That's where the skill of prompt engineering comes in. In this video, we'll explore what prompt engineering is, why it's crucial for working with AI, and how to craft effective prompts that get incredible results. By the end of this video, you'll be able to explain how to create prompts and refine them to get the best out of the AI tool, including reviewing examples of bad prompts and how to revise them to get enhanced results. Think of prompt engineering like having a conversation with a very intelligent but somewhat literal-minded assistant. This assistant has access to a vast library of knowledge and can perform incredible tasks, but they need clear instructions to do their best work. A prompt is like the question or request you make of this assistant. The better you phrase your question, the more likely you'll get the kind of answer or result that's truly helpful. This means using language that's both specific and aligns with the way AI models process information. Just like you might adjust your communication style when talking to a child, you'll tailor your prompts to the strengths and limitations of the AI tool you're working with. Part of becoming a skilled prompt engineer is developing a sense of how AI models think. They excel at pattern recognition, making connections within massive data sets, and following instructions to the letter. They are not as strong at understanding nuances of human emotion, cultural context, or interpreting vague requests. Why should you care about mastering the art of prompt engineering? There are several compelling reasons. First, specificity is your superpower. A vague prompt like "draw a landscape" will likely result in a generic, unremarkable image. However, by providing a detailed prompt, you guide the AI towards a specific vision. Instead of a landscape, you might ask for a photorealistic image of a rugged mountain range at sunset with dramatic clouds and a winding river in the foreground. Next, prompt engineering is your key to unlocking incredible creativity. With AI, your imagination is the limit. Want a photorealistic image of a cat dressed as a pirate, complete with a tiny eye patch and a feathered hat? Well-crafted prompts let you turn your wildest ideas into reality. Finally, mastering prompts is about efficiency. Learning to communicate effectively with AI tools saves you significant time and frustration. Instead of endlessly tweaking settings or starting from scratch, you'll be able to iterate quickly, getting closer to your desired results with each prompt you refine. Now, let's get practical. Here are some tips to boost your prompt engineering skills. Be detailed. Include specifics like style, mood, colors, and even the desired composition. Use keywords. AI models are trained on massive datasets. Tap into that knowledge by including relevant keywords and references. Provide examples. Sometimes showing is better than telling. If you have a particular aesthetic in mind, provide image examples to guide the AI's output. Experiment and iterate. Don't be afraid to try different variations of your prompts. AI can surprise you, and you learn what works best through practice. Prompt engineering isn't just a valuable skill for artists and writers. It has immense practical applications across various fields, including UX and UI design. For example, consider the world of code generation. With clear and precise prompts, you can have an AI generate basic code snippets or even outline entire program structures. Another exciting area is data analysis. Some AI tools can dive into complex datasets and answer questions you pose in plain language. Imagine asking, "What were the top 3 reasons for customer churn last quarter?" and getting a concise, visualized response in seconds. Finally, prompt engineering can even assist in content creation. Whether you need catchy marketing copy, engaging product descriptions, or even short social media posts, a well-written prompt can guide AI tools to generate text that aligns with your brand voice and desired tone. Let's look at an example. Imagine you enter the prompt, "Generate a marketing email about our new product." What kind of results do you think you would get? This prompt is too vague. What kind of product is it? Who is the target audience? What's the goal of the email? The prompt also lacks specificity. You didn't give any guidance on the tone of voice, length, or any key features you want to highlight. A better prompt for this email is, "Write a short, persuasive marketing email for a new productivity app, targeting busy professionals. Highlight the time-saving features and include a clear call to action for a free trial. Keep the tone friendly and enthusiastic." Notice that the revised prompt provides context, offers direction, and includes keywords to help AI get the email right. The world of AI is evolving rapidly, and prompt engineering is an essential skill for anyone who wants to harness its power. Whether you're an artist, a UI/UX designer, a marketer, or simply someone fascinated by technology, learning to communicate effectively with AI will give you a significant advantage. Thanks for learning about prompt engineering. Start experimenting and keep up with this evolving field.
Welcome. In today's fast-paced world, generating ideas is only the first step toward innovation. To truly succeed, you must sift through these ideas, separating the good from the bad. By the end of this video, you should be able to explain how to filter ideas so that you can select the best idea. Why is filtering ideas crucial? Just like a garden overrun with weeds that prevent the flowers from thriving, too many ideas prevent you from seeing the best ones. It's essential to weed out the impractical or ineffective ideas, allowing only the most promising concepts to flourish. So, How do you go about filtering ideas effectively? Let's look at some methods. First up is using user-centered evaluation to filter your ideas. In the realm of UX/UI design, the user reigns supreme. Every idea, every design decision should revolve around one central question: does it serve the user? This user-centric approach is not just a buzzword, it's the cornerstone of successful design. User research forms the foundation of this process. Through surveys, interviews, observations, and usability tests, you gain valuable insights into user behavior, preferences, and expectations. But user research is just the beginning. Gathering feedback is equally crucial. After you have prototypes or mock-ups, you put them in front of users and listen attentively to their reactions. Their feedback is gold, guiding us towards refinement and improvement. Why is this user-centered approach so vital? Because users hold the key to success. A design may be visually stunning, technologically advanced, but if it doesn't resonate with users, it's destined to fail. The next method for filtering ideas is feasibility analysis. Imagine having a brilliant idea, one that could revolutionize the way we interact with technology. You feel excited as you envision its potential impact. But hold on a moment. Before you get carried away, let's talk about feasibility analysis. Feasibility analysis requires you to examine your idea from every angle to determine whether it's not just a dream, but a practical reality. First, you must consider the technical feasibility. Is it technically possible to bring this idea to life? Will it require cutting-edge technology or specialized skills? Next up is financial feasibility. Ideas may be boundless, but budgets are not. You crunch the numbers, evaluating the cost of development, maintenance, and scalability. Will the return on investment justify the expenditure, or will it be a financial sinkhole, draining resources without delivering results? Resource feasibility follows closely behind. Time, manpower, materials. You assess what you have and what you need. Are you equipped to tackle this project, or will you be stretched thin? Our next strategy for filtering ideas is the impact versus effort matrix. After a brainstorming session, you might feel like you have endless possibilities and ideas for enhancing your project. You might even feel overwhelmed by the possibilities. The impact versus effort matrix is about making informed decisions. You plot your ideas on a graph, with the x-axis representing the effort required for implementation and the y-axis representing the potential impact. This visual representation allows you to see at a glance which ideas offer the most bang for our buck. Let's break it down further. On one end of the spectrum, we have high-impact, low-effort ideas. These are the ideas that promise significant benefits with minimal investment. On the opposite end, we find high-impact, high-effort ideas. These ideas may require substantial resources and time investments, but the payoff can be monumental. In between, you have a spectrum of ideas with varying degrees of impact and effort. Some may offer moderate impact with manageable effort, while others may require significant resources for relatively modest return. The key is to weigh the potential benefits against the resources required, focusing your attention on ideas that offer the greatest return on investment. This strategy helps you prioritize your efforts and allocate resources effectively. The last method for selecting the best ideas is to prototype and test. Prototyping and testing are the bridge between concept and reality, theory and practice. A prototype is a tangible representation of your idea, a rough sketch or mock-up that allows you to visualize how it might work in the real world. It's not the finished product, it's a work in progress. When you have the prototype in hand, it's time to put it to the test. Gather a group of real users who represent your target audience and ask them to interact with your prototype. Observe their behavior, listen to their feedback, and take note of their reactions. This information provides invaluable insights into the viability and desirability of your solution, helping you refine and improve it before you invest too much time or money. But user testing isn't just about finding flaws. It's also about validating your ideas. When users react positively to your prototype, it's a powerful affirmation that you're on the right track. In conclusion, learning how to filter ideas is essential for selecting the best solutions from a pool of possibilities. By incorporating user-centered evaluation, feasibility analysis, impact versus effort matrix, and prototyping into your decision-making process, you can ensure that your chosen ideas have the greatest potential for success. So go ahead, filter those ideas, and watch your innovation blossom. Hey there, future UX designers. Today, we're tackling a presentation powerhouse, PowerPoint. PowerPoint can be your secret weapon for showcasing your UX design work, even when it's still in progress. By the end of this video, you'll understand how to leverage PowerPoint to present your UX work in progress, keeping stakeholders engaged and gathering valuable feedback. Why PowerPoint? Let's break it down. First, you can use PowerPoint to tell a story. Imagine you're designing a new music streaming app. With PowerPoint, you can craft a compelling narrative around your design process. On slide 1, introduce the project and the pain points music lovers face, such as finding new artists and managing playlists. On slide 2, share your initial sketches, maybe some rough user flows or mind maps. Explain what problems these ideas solve and why you're exploring them. And then on slide 3, show a more developed wireframe with basic layouts and navigation elements. Talk about the user research you conducted and how it influenced your design choices. See how the story unfolds? PowerPoint helps you structure your presentation, guiding the audience through your thought process. It's not just about the final product, it's the journey. Let's look at a scenario. Picture a design team presenting a new fitness tracker concept to a potential investor. PowerPoint lets them showcase the user interface with clear icons and data visualizations. They can use animations to explain how users set goals and track progress. And even better, they can embed a clickable prototype that demonstrates the workout tracking feature in action. This paints a vivid picture for the investor and helps them understand the app's potential. Another benefit of PowerPoint is visual collaboration. Let's say you're collaborating with a team of developers on that music streaming app. PowerPoint shines here. Imagine including mock-ups of different music player layouts directly in your slides. This fosters real-time collaboration. Developers can weigh in on feasibility, and you can get feedback on usability before diving into programming the app. You can also make your PowerPoint presentations interactive. Use the Speaker Notes section to jot down talking points and questions for your audience. This sparks feedback and helps you iterate on your designs based on what resonates with stakeholders. Here's another example of using PowerPoint to showcase your designs. Imagine presenting your fitness tracker design to a group of potential users. PowerPoint lets you showcase different screen layouts for activity tracking. During your presentation, you can use the Notes section to prompt questions like, which layout motivates you most to set goals? Or, does this information feel easy to understand? The live feedback you get from your audience is invaluable for refining your design before you start development. Remember, the key to a winning UX presentation is focusing on the why behind your design decisions. Use PowerPoint to tell a compelling story about the problem you're tackling and how your design addresses it. And here's a pro tip for you. Keep it simple. PowerPoint presentations are most effective when they're clear, concise, and visually engaging. Avoid overloading slides with text. Use bullet points and strong visuals instead to communicate your ideas. So the next time you have a UX work in progress to present, don't underestimate the power of PowerPoint. By using it strategically, you can keep stakeholders informed, gather valuable feedback, and ultimately create user experiences that truly rock. The rest of this lesson focuses on teaching you how to use PowerPoint. It's important you know how and when to use PowerPoint because you'll use it to tell the story behind your designs in the projects throughout the certificate. Although the certificate includes a template for the projects, you'll be able to take this template and make it your own. At the end of this certificate, you'll have a completed capstone project for your portfolio that you can show to prospective employers.
Now we'll move beyond the basic default presentation and continue developing a PowerPoint presentation to be proud of. By the end of this lesson, you'll be able to select a presentation type, build a presentation, lay out a presentation, and view and navigate a presentation. You learned in the last lesson about using and modifying PowerPoint's default blank templates to create a presentation. Thomas at West Cal finds this to be a great way to work. However, he knows there are many more templates available. These templates have different design and content, and he can find some templates that match his presentation topics, giving him an even better starting point. This will be our focus for this first part of the lesson, along with more details about opening presentations with PowerPoint. Let's up your PowerPoint game. A template is a presentation file that contains pre-formatted layouts, graphics, objects, custom color schemes, and sometimes comes with sample text. It provides a framework that saves time and makes building a presentation easier. Templates can be used with other PowerPoint design features to provide even more customization options. Microsoft PowerPoint templates are saved as .potx files. Using a template creates a new presentation without overriding the template contents. Microsoft PowerPoint presentations are saved as .pptx files. There are hundreds of templates that you can use. To start, click File, New. Choose one of the theme-based templates from the main window to get started immediately. Just like Thomas at West Cal, you may be looking for something particular to match your presentation topic. Search using the template search box. Thomas is preparing to present to a professional services client. When you type a search term and press Enter or click the small magnifying glass icon, results will be shown. Click a template icon and click Create in the confirmation box that opens to create a new presentation based on the template. Your presentation will then open and it has a lot more going on than the default blank template. It may be the ideal way for you to get a quick start to your presentation. You've now explored how to begin your session by using a template for a new presentation or opening an existing PowerPoint file. When you have chosen a template, you can start to build the presentation and add content. Let's explore the basic tools used to build your presentation. You'll discover how to choose a slide layout, import slides, reuse another presentation slides, hide, duplicate, and delete slides. There are several ways to add a new slide to your presentation. An easy way is to click the drop-down arrow below the New Slide command on the Home tab and choose the layout you want. The new slide is inserted and ready for you to use and modify. Clicking the New Slide button itself will insert the most recently used slide type. You can also create slides automatically from a Microsoft Word document. To begin, click the New Slide drop-down and choose Slides from Outline. In this Insert Outline dialog box, navigate to your file, select it, and click Insert. The slides are created in your presentation. If you already have your data stored in Word, you can have a presentation created almost instantly. As you build more presentations, you will find that you have created slides that you can reuse. This might be simply slides containing your company name and logo, or it could be that you have standardized something like a company introduction and always want to use that sequence of slides at the beginning of all your presentations. Whatever your requirement, you can reuse slides from an existing presentation. To begin, click Home, Reuse Slides. Now, browse to locate and select your file. Here we have a tick box to use or not to use the source formatting. This box is ticked by default, meaning that the imported slide will appear in your presentation formatted as it was in the original file. Unticked, the slide acquires the formatting of the destination presentation, taking on the colors, fonts, backgrounds, and other items dictated by your presentation theme and template. The slides are shown in the Reuse Slides pane. Click the slide or slides that you want to insert. The slides from your other presentation are inserted into this one. They can now be used and modified as required. You can create an exact copy of any slide in your presentation. To do this, right-click the slide thumbnail in the slide pane and click Duplicate Slide. The duplicate is always placed immediately after. The slide pane gives you access to many slide management commands such as copy, hide, and delete. You can even change the slide layout from here. Remember that any command taken here in the slide pane will be related to the slide as a whole. To choose the slide you want to manage, just click in the pane to select it. To select several continuous slides, just click the first one, hold down the keyboard Shift key, and click on the last one. To deselect, click any slide outside your current selection. To select several slides that are not in sequence, click the first slide, hold down the keyboard key Control, click the next slide, and the next, and the next, and when all are selected, leave go the control and choose your command. When multiple slides are selected, the command is applied to all of them. Now that you are building up a set of slides for your presentation, it's time to make some decisions. Will that slide be shown during the presentation or not? You may wish to retain a slide because of its content or because it will be shown in the future, but just don't want it shown right now. In that case, you can hide a slide. Just right-click it in the Slides pane and click Hide Slide. That slide's number will have a slash through it, and the content will be shaded in the Slides pane. The slide is still present, but when you run a slideshow presentation, it will not appear. Notice that the slide can still be edited. To unhide the slide, perform the Hide Slide command again. Hiding slides is one thing, but if you decide that you don't want the slide, just delete it. To delete a slide, right-click it in the Slides pane and click Delete Slide. You've explored several key presentation building features. Next time you're creating a presentation, check if you have existing content that you can use, and don't forget to operate the duplicate, hide, and delete commands when working with your slides.
The final element in formatting text is modifying its containing text box. Changing this shape's fill, adding effects, and applying a different format can bring your PowerPoint content to life. For example, you can create fun sketched effects around your text boxes, or maybe a dashed effect like this. PowerPoint comes with a number of pre-formatted styles that you can apply to text boxes and shapes. You can do this from the Home tab, under Quick Styles here towards the right-hand side. Or you can also find this gallery on the Shape Format tab. You can use the Shape Fill, Shape Outline and Shape Effects menus on either tab to change those individual aspects of the text box or shape. First, let's look at the Shape Fill command. You can click the button directly to fill the shape with the colour shown, or you can click the drop-down arrow to choose a new colour. More fill colours will bring up this dialog box, which allows you to adjust the shade of the colour or customise the colour to a different tone. Next on this drop-down menu is the eyedropper feature. On selection, a small box will appear, along with an icon of a dropper. By moving your mouse around the slide, you can choose a particular colour as the shape fill for your text box. Let's move to the coffee cup and apply a shade of brown that appears on the top of the liquid. This menu also allows you to apply a picture as a fill for your shape. Let's look up some online pictures of coffee and see how that looks as a background. Interesting. Not very suitable for this particular text, however. The next menu is Shape Outline. Just like the Shape Fill menu, you can click the button directly to outline the shape with the colour shown. Or you can click the drop-down arrow to choose a new colour and to set the style of the outline. You can customise the colour of the line around your text box, apply an eyedropper colour and change the weight of the line around the box. There are some fun line effects here too, such as a sketched line format or a dashed line effect. It's quick and easy to change the shape of your text box too. Simply select Edit Shape on the Shape Format tab and try out a few different options for your text box. In the Shape Effects menu, you can choose a preset effect or various types of effects, including shadows, reflections, glows, soft edges, bevels, and 3D rotations. If you have a preferred text box design, you can set a text box as the default, so that the future text boxes will be created with those settings. To do this, right-click the text box with the desired settings and click Set as Default Shape. The command will immediately be performed with no further actions needed. You can only use the Set as Default command for a text box that you have created yourself using the Insert ribbon. When you choose a new slide from PowerPoint's list, such as this title and subtitle slide, the layout already contains text boxes. These are known as placeholders. Because these are an integral part of the layout and added by PowerPoint, you won't be given the Save as Default option for these particular text boxes when you make the changes to them. In this lesson, you have learned about 3 types of text formatting: character, paragraph, and text box. You should now be able to create appealing, complex text designs to enhance any presentation. Shapes are geometric objects that can be used for many purposes. In this session, you will learn the basics of inserting shapes into a PowerPoint slide. To insert a shape, navigate to the slide on which you want the shape to appear. Then click the Insert tab and Shapes. You have a variety of shapes to choose from here, including lines, rectangles, basic shapes such as triangles, ovals, crosses and cubes, block arrows, equation shapes, which are useful for presentations involving math, flowchart shapes, stars and banners for fun effects in a presentation, and finally callouts, which are useful if you are creating speech bubbles alongside an illustration or photo. Let's try a lightning shape. Simply click to insert, then drag your cursor in the area that you would like the shape to be inserted. Release the cursor and the shape appears, along with the Shape Format tab. On this tab, you have a variety of options to format and apply effects to your shape. You could choose a theme style or change the shape color by using the menu by the Shape Fill feature. You can change the color of the shape outline and make it more pronounced by changing the weight of the line around the shape. Other effects include applying a shadow, reflection, or glow to your shape. You could try a 3D rotation, and maybe a beveled effect would look good on this shape also. You can adjust the size of your shape by clicking and dragging on the markers surrounding it, or you can use the size function to the right-hand side of the ribbon to adjust up or down. To customize the exact form that a particular shape takes, select Edit Shape within the Shape Format tab and click Edit Points. You will see red lines and small black squares around the shape. Click the aspect of the shape that you want to modify. This will display a bar that you can click and drag. These bars operate in a three-dimensional axis, giving you almost endless shape customization options. Let's go back to the original shape by simply clicking the Undo button at the top of the ribbon. If you do not see the shape that you want to insert, you can also create custom shapes by merging multiple shapes together. First, add the shapes you would like to merge by using the Insert Shapes option. Let's add a rectangle first, and now an oval. Let's change the color of the oval so that the merging of the shapes is more clear. For now, you can move each shape around as it is distinct from the other. To begin, select each shape that you would like to merge by clicking the first shape, then using the Shift command to select the next shape. Once you have selected more than one shape, the Merge Shapes option becomes available on the ribbon. There are a few different ways to merge shapes. The Union option combines entire shapes to make a single unified shape. Combine merges shapes while keeping non-overlapping areas and removing overlapping areas. Fragment separates each overlapping area of the shape and turns them into smaller individual shapes. Intersect keeps only the shape area where all shapes overlap. And finally, Subtract removes the first shape from the second shape. Now that you can format and merge shapes in PowerPoint, next up you'll discover how to add engaging word art to your presentations. PowerPoint offers some fantastic graphical tools that enable you to create visually engaging and lively presentation content. On this slide, it appears as though the coffee is flowing and steam is rising up. However, this effect is simply a series of PowerPoint animations added together using cropped versions of the same image. This lesson will demonstrate how to achieve effects like this in your own presentations, along with exploring some other neat elements for modifying pictures and objects. In this lesson, you will explore how to edit objects, format objects, group objects, arrange objects, and finally, how to create animations. Sometimes, an object may carry a background area that you would like to delete. For example, this red and grey area towards the back right side of the image doesn't look good with the coffee pods in the foreground. Or maybe you would like to change the colour of a stock image. When you add any type of picture to your presentation, the Picture Format tab appears. Broadly speaking, this tab has the same type of options as the Shape Format tab. There are a few extra effects that can be applied to pictures. Let's run through these as Westcal are formatting the Quick Brew presentation. Start by selecting Remove Background on the left-hand side of the tab, which is an option that allows you to reformat the background of the selected image. On clicking this option, the background area to be removed appears in pink, and the Background Removal tab opens. From here, you can accept the changes that appear in the pink background field by selecting Keep Changes. In the case of this picture, a piece of the background is retained, so you would return to the Remove Background tab, select Mark Areas to Remove, then use your cursor as you would a drawing tool and simply draw around the area that you would like to remove. Select Keep Changes again, and that part of the background you circled has now disappeared. Let's undo that action so that you can view how other picture tools interact with this image of coffee pods. Also, on this area of the ribbon, you have the Corrections feature, which allows you to sharpen, soften, brighten, and provide more contrast to the selected picture. A preview appears as you hover over your various options. You can also change the color of your image in this area of the Picture Format tab, and you can apply some fun artistic effects such as pixelated or mosaic bubble background. You can also make a particular color in the image transparent. Selecting the Picture Options command at the bottom of any of this ribbon's drop-down menus will open the Format Picture task pane over here to the right. Here you can gain finer control of the picture corrections, color and transparency options. Along with editing the colors and effects of your objects, you can choose to crop objects so that only a certain portion of the image appears in your slide. Or perhaps you would like to crop an image to a particular shape. With PowerPoint's crop feature, these actions are quick and easy to achieve. To control the display of the objects on your slide, you can use the Selection pane. This feature is on the Home tab of your PowerPoint presentation under the Select drop-down. Choose Selection pane from this list. This pane comes up to the right and it allows you to see the different objects on your slide in list form. Clicking the eyeball icon will make objects disappear, and simply click the icon again if you want to display the object again. Let's leave only one picture on the slide for now and resize this so that the cropping feature will be more clear. To crop an image, go to the Picture Format tab and select the Crop button on the right side. Your regular cropping feature is here at the top, and underneath this you have the option to crop an image to a particular shape. Let's try a hexagon crop here. Click Undo on that action. Now let's try the regular cropping feature. When you select this option, black handles will appear around the edge of the picture. This particular image had been cropped previously, so you actually have the option to expand the image back to its original form with the cropping feature also. Click on the handles and drag the cross markers in or out depending on how you want the image to appear. Then click on the Crop button again. The aspect ratio of the image is the ratio of its width to its height, so you can change this ratio using the Crop drop-down menu here. The Fill command fills the entire shape with the picture. Some outer edges of the picture may be cropped away. There won't be any empty space at the margins of the shape. And finally, the Fit option makes the entire picture fit within the shape while maintaining the picture's original aspect ratio. There may be empty space at the margins of the shape when you select this option. Next up, you'll explore more editing and formatting features that are available in your PowerPoint presentation. The Picture Format tab and its corresponding Format Picture pane provides a variety of features that allow for fine control of object parameters such as height and width. Another option on this Picture Format ribbon that you may find useful on occasion is called Compress Pictures. Sometimes the size of picture files can be quite large, and it is better for everyone's email inbox memory if files are compressed. The first checkbox indicates that these options will apply only to this picture. Uncheck it if you want these settings to apply to all photos in the presentation. The second option allows PowerPoint to delete cropped areas of pictures. Then you have options to set the resolution of the presentation's images in pixels per inch. Normally, you will not need to change these settings, but they can be useful if you need to reduce a presentation's file size to email it or send it to a printer. Once you have set your options, click OK to apply them or click Cancel to discard them. Underneath the Compress option, you have the Change Picture drop-down menu. You can swap out your existing file with a picture saved to your computer, change to a picture from stock images, from online sources, from icons, or from your clipboard. The Reset Picture option simply resets your image back to its original format if you have made any changes. For example, if the color of the background was changed to orange, you would simply select Reset Picture to change it back again. Note that there are two options under this Reset Picture drop-down. The second option is called Reset Picture and Size. Choosing this option will reverse any sizing and cropping changes that you have made to that particular image. You can apply a great variety of frames to the selected image from this drop-down menu in the middle of the Picture Format tab. Let's try a rectangle. You can then change the color of the picture frame or maybe apply a particular effect to make the frame stand out. To rotate a picture, simply click into the marker that appears on the top of the image and drag its position in a circular motion. To resize, you can either hover at the edge of the picture until the black cross marker appears. Then drag this marker inward or outward to resize. Or you can use the height and width options on the right side of the ribbon. You can reposition the images by simply clicking and dragging them with your mouse. Or you can change the size and position by right-clicking on the image, then selecting this option from the drop-down menu that appears. This will once again open your Format Picture pane to the right of the slide, and you can adjust your image size and position from here. Now that you are aware of how to edit and format different objects, next you'll explore grouping and arranging objects within your PowerPoint slides. Once you have arranged shapes and images in your preferred configuration, it is a good idea to group them. This will lock them together in their current configuration. Of course, you can always ungroup them if you want to modify them later. On the Picture Format tab, press and hold down the Control button to select each image that you would like to group. There are markers around all three images here, which indicates that they are successfully selected. Then navigate to the Group drop-down on your Picture Format ribbon and simply select Group. One larger marker appears outside the boundaries of the three images, which means that all three have now been grouped together into one image. You can then move this single image around the slide. Another way to access the grouping option is to right-click and hover on the Group option in this drop-down menu. Since these images are already grouped, the only option available right now is to ungroup. Selecting this provides the option to edit each image separately once again. Selecting the Group option on your ribbon or your right-click drop-down gives the Regroup option this time. And there we go. The margins of the box indicate that all three images are now successfully regrouped. Now that you can group objects, next you'll take a look at how to align objects in your presentation. Let's begin with Grace. She's an employee of Westcal Publishing. She's been tasked with presenting the quarterly sales figures for the previous 12 months. Grace has a basic understanding of PowerPoint and would like to know more about the features that could enhance the appearance of her presentation. One of the methods you can use to present data is a table in PowerPoint. You can also insert tables from Word or Excel. You'll begin by learning how to create a table. At their most basic, a table is a grid of cells arranged in rows and columns. It's a tool used for various tasks, including presenting text or displaying numerical data. You can even customize tables to fit your presentation. In this basic example, you'll notice information showing sales data for a small company. The top row contains years, followed by the quarterly figures underneath. With the table, the content remains, but the visuals are greatly enhanced, allowing you to go from displaying data like this to this. Your sales data organized in rows and columns in just a few steps. Let's explore how this was completed within PowerPoint. There are different ways of inserting tables into your presentation. Perhaps the easiest method is to choose a slide layout that contains shortcut icons to insert content. Simply click the table icon and you'll be prompted to enter the number of rows and columns you want. In the example, there's 6 rows and 3 columns. So let's enter this and click OK. And that's it. The table's inserted. Another way of inserting a table is by navigating to the Insert tab, Table, Insert Table at the bottom. Again, simply select the rows and columns required and click OK. The final way is by clicking Insert, Table, then in the grid below, hover your mouse over the rows and columns you need. You'll notice a preview on the slide as you do this. Once the correct table dimensions are selected, simply click your mouse button and the table is inserted. When the table is inserted, you'll notice 2 new table tabs created along your ribbon that offer additional choices for the structure and formatting of the table. These will be explored in more detail a little later. To navigate through the cells in a table, simply click in any cell to move directly to it. Once you have typed something into the table, the arrow keys allow you to move through the content and go from cell to cell. If you need to move quickly from one cell to another, you can do this by pressing the Tab key. Great, you've now inserted a table. However, what if you'd like to add more rows and columns? Again, simply select the table, navigate to the Layout tab to the right of the top ribbon. Now, on the right-hand side, you'll find the Rows and Columns section. These buttons allow you to insert additional rows and columns. You simply place your cursor in the cell where the next row or column is to appear. Then, select Insert Right to place a column to the right, or Below to place a row below, etc. Maybe there's too many columns now and one needs to be deleted. Within the Rows and Columns section, you'll also find Delete on the left-hand side. Let's delete the empty row and column just created by selecting the unwanted column, click Delete within the Layout tab, now click Delete Column. You just repeat this process for deleting rows, and that's it. You'll notice there's a large amount of empty space around the table. Let's adjust the size. In the border around the table, you'll notice small handles. These can be used for resizing. Simply click and drag the handles for adjustments. Maybe you want to adjust the size of rows or columns. Just click and drag the separator within the cell, or double-click the separator and PowerPoint automatically fits it to the text within that cell. Sometimes you might have a heading that you want to display across two columns. In these cases, you may want to merge the heading into two cells. Do this by selecting the cells you need to merge. Then, within the Layout tab, click Merge Cells. Maybe you wanted to reverse this action and split them. Simply select the cell and click Split Cells instead. PowerPoint then asks you for the split configuration. Let's choose 2 columns and 1 row. Now click OK, and that's it. The split is performed. Within the Layout tab, you can also adjust the alignment of the table itself. You'll notice that this table is off-center. To improve this slide visually, let's position this in the center. To do this, first select the table. You'll notice circles on the corners and sides once selected. Then click Align Center and Align Middle. And that's it. The table is now aligned to the center of the slide. Aligning the overall table is different to aligning the contents within a cell. To do this, again, staying within the Layout tab, navigate to the Alignment group. Here you'll find several icons that allow you to position the cell contents in different positions. Let's center the text on this table by selecting the middle and center icons. What if it's decided the table is not needed at all? Select the table again. You'll notice circles on the corners and sides once selected. Pressing Delete on your keyboard removes the whole table. However, always check what you have selected before you press Delete, as you might have only wanted to delete content within certain cells. Great! Now you've learned how to insert tables and adjust them. However, what if you need to adjust it to match your company's color scheme? Next, you'll learn some tips on how to format your table in your presentation. In addition to creating her table, Grace has entered the desired text, columns and rows. Now she needs to match the visual elements of the table to Westcal's formatting standards. How great would it be to have the ability to match the colors and text of a table to meet your own requirements? With PowerPoint's design features, you can accomplish just that. When the table was inserted, 2 tabs were created. These are Table Design and Layout tabs that contain options for adjusting styling, borders, or text in your tables. These tabs only appear when the table is selected. Earlier, within the Layout tab, you explored modifying the rows and columns, merging and splitting the cells, changing how the text is positioned inside the table cells, modifying the size of the table, and how to align the table on the slide. The Layout tab also allows you to control the specific size of the cells and the table size. As the Layout tab was covered, let's focus on the Table Design tab now. This tab contains 4 groups. Table Style options provide tick boxes that give you choices around adding banded columns and rows, which make the table easier to read. Table Styles gives a gallery of choices, a quick way to apply a color and a polished look to the table. You can also use the drop-down to view additional options. Table Styles controls the appearance of the table. With Word Art Styles, you can customize text using Word Art, which you learned about in the previous module. And finally, Draw Borders customizes your borders, allowing you to adjust the color and width of the border. The easiest way to give your table a more polished look is through styles. Why not give them a go? Place your cursor inside the table. then click the drop-down within the Table Styles gallery. Now, simply select your preferred choice from the styles within this drop-down. And that's it. The style is now applied. Maybe you want to format the table by hand. For example, changing the background color of a single cell. Simply select the cell to be changed, click the Shading drop-down menu in Table Styles group, and simply set your preferred choice. Now that you have selected a style for your table, let's apply a border. First, select the table or cell the border is to be applied to. Now, choose the correct weight and color from the Draw Borders group. As default, these are set to black and at a standard weight. Then select the small arrow on the Borders button within the Table Styles group. You'll notice a drop-down list of borders to choose from. Select the preferred choice and that's it. The border is applied immediately. Great! You've now created a table and formatted it within PowerPoint. Next, you'll explore how to add tables from other Microsoft Office applications. You'll be happy to hear that adding videos follows a similar process to adding audio. Imagine attending a presentation where the presenter stops their presentation to find the video they would like to share with the audience. With PowerPoint, you can insert the video into the slide so that it plays directly from your presentation. As with audio, PowerPoint supports numerous file types that you can use in your presentations. To find a full list of supported types, simply run a search within the Help ribbon like what was covered earlier. In this scenario, Grace has moved on to the second slide in her deck. This is where she'll add the Westcal advertisement video. Let's try adding this in PowerPoint. Firstly, select the slide where the video is required. Then navigate to the Insert tab. Now, Media on the right-hand side, and select Video in the drop-down. Here you have a choice. You can add a video from an online source or from your own device. For the purposes of this lesson, let's select Stock Videos. Simply scroll until you find a suitable video, select it, and click Insert. Great! You find that the video is immediately embedded in the slide. Like other objects you interacted with, you can resize or reposition the video by using the handles on the corners. You should note that adding a video into your presentation can impact significantly on the size of your PowerPoint file, which could affect the presentation being sent by email. Did you notice the additional tabs in the top right that appeared when the video was inserted? As with audio, these control several additional options for the video. The first one, Video Format, has options for controlling the way the video appears in your presentation. Starting with Preview, which allows you to test the video by playing it immediately. Or Adjust, which gives options for applying color corrections, brightness, etc. You also have Video Styles, which customizes borders, effects, and lets you change the video shape. And Accessibility, which offers the alt text option for describing the video to help people who are visually impaired. If you have multiple items including other videos or images, Arrange lets you stack or align them so they don't overlap each other. And finally, Size, which allows you to crop the video's edges and change the physical size of the video. The second tab is Playback. This has similar features to the Playback tab in audio that you covered earlier, except with video you have Video Options, which lets you adjust specific items like playing in full screen or hiding the video when it's not being played. And you also have Captions, which lets you insert captions into the video. Another great feature of PowerPoint is Poster Frames. This option applies still images to a video frame whenever the video is not being played. It's useful when the first frame is not of good quality or not suitable. Let's apply one now. First, click the Video Format tab, then Poster Frame in the Adjust group on the left. Here you have a choice. Use the current video frame being displayed, which is inserted immediately, or choose one from your device. Let's select from your device and use a stock image for now. Then simply select the picture and click Insert. Now when you click away from the video, the image chosen is displayed until you click the play button. Trimming the video follows the exact same process as trimming audio. You complete this through Playback tab, then Trim Video. As with audio, this tool only allows you to trim from the beginning or the end. Well done! You've now learned how to add audio and videos to your presentations. What's even better is how user-friendly Microsoft have made these processes for you. Now let's test your knowledge and apply what you've learned.
Have you ever encountered projects where you can't open files that you've downloaded or received over email? And likewise, you've probably sent out files to people only to be told that they can't figure out how to open them. Often these problems arise out of simple compatibility and accessibility issues. For example, maybe the team member can't open your file because they're trying to access it on an older version of PowerPoint that's no longer supported. So how do you work around these issues? You can use the review tools within Microsoft PowerPoint to check the compatibility and accessibility of a presentation. A presentation can be saved for an older version of Microsoft PowerPoint or upgraded for a more recent one using the compatibility features. And the Check Accessibility feature can be used to review a document for issues that might impact on users with disabilities. Over at WestCal, Grace is using the review tools within Microsoft PowerPoint to check the compatibility and accessibility of her presentation before she sends it out to other members of the team for a final review. She needs to use PowerPoint's compatibility tools to make sure that her team members can open the file once they receive it. And she must also run an accessibility check so that colleagues with disabilities can follow it, such as those with visual impairments. Grace can use the compatibility checker to save an older version of Microsoft PowerPoint to share with her colleagues, as can any user of Microsoft PowerPoint. To start the process, click File, Info, Check for Issues, and Check Compatibility. PowerPoint will scan your presentation for possible issues. It will then let you know what elements are incompatible and how you can deal with them when saving your presentation. Some problems will have a solution. Others are simply items of which you need to be aware. Once you reviewed the issues, click OK. You can now decide what changes should be made before you save your document. Microsoft 365 PowerPoint can open many different file formats. For example, you might receive some PowerPoint presentations in PPT format, the format used by Microsoft PowerPoint 97, 2000 or XP, and 2003. If any of Grace's colleagues view her PowerPoint presentation in an older, compatible format, they'll see the words Compatibility Mode in the title bar. If a PowerPoint presentation opens in this mode, then certain features such as animations or smart art diagrams may not display correctly in the presentation. You can upgrade the presentation to the newest file format by clicking File, Info, and Convert. Then choose a location and a name for the presentation. Finally, click Save. The presentation will then be saved in the new file format. Microsoft 365 PowerPoint also comes with a tool to help you check your document for possible accessibility issues. This is great for WestCal, as some of the students Grace will be presenting to might have disabilities or impairments. To begin checking for accessibility issues, click File, Info, Check for Issues, and Check Accessibility. You will be returned to the presentation. The accessibility task pane will then be displayed on the right-hand side of your screen. Its contents will be divided into 3 sections. You can click on any issue to go to that object and view more information about the related problem in the accessibility task pane. The Errors section lists items in the presentation that people with disabilities will not be able to access. This includes manual formatting, objects that do not have alternate text, and tables that do not have header rows. Alternate text is a description you can add to any graphic element that can be read by a screen reader to tell a visually impaired user what the graphic shows. The Warning section lists items in the presentation that people with disabilities will find difficult to access. This can include blank characters, awkward table formatting, long headings, and hyperlinks that do not have screen tips. Finally, the Tips section of the Accessibility Checker will give you additional information on ways that you can improve the accessibility of your presentation even further. This includes the use of closed captions and proper slide order. You're now familiar with how to check the compatibility and accessibility of your presentations. Nicely done. How often have you been forced to sit through a boring PowerPoint presentation where every slide looks just like the one that came before it? I'm sure you'd like to avoid this with your own presentations. Thankfully, with Microsoft PowerPoint's transition feature, you can add some visual excitement to your presentations. But what are transitions? And how can you use them to liven up your presentations? With PowerPoint's transition feature, you can customize how slides transition into each other. In other words, how one slide changes into the next. The options offered by PowerPoint are almost endless. You can use transitions in PowerPoint to choose from a huge range of different styles of transitions to apply to your presentation, create unique behaviors for your chosen transitions with effect options, customize the timings of your transition, add fun sound effects, and preview your transitions to see what they'll look like when published. Over at WestCal, Grace has sent her presentation to her colleagues and they've just completed their reviews. Some of them have commented that the presentation itself wasn't really all that exciting to view. They suggested that maybe Grace could use some transitions to add a bit of visual engagement. Grace's colleagues have given her some good advice. Transitions would be a great way to liven up her presentation. So how can Grace and other PowerPoint users apply transitions to a presentation? Check out this tutorial and then see if you can help her out. To apply a transition from the gallery, first select the slide you want to modify from the Slides pane. Then, click the Transitions tab and choose a transition from the gallery. Once you choose the transition, you can see a quick preview in the editing window. If you don't see any transitions that you like, click the up or down arrow to show different thumbnails in the gallery. Or you can use the More arrow to expand the entire gallery. To remove a transition from a slide, choose the None option from the gallery. To set a transition to all slides, first set your options and then click the Apply to All command on the Transitions tab. Keep in mind that if the presentation is very long, then too many transitions will slow down delivery of the presentation or bore the viewer. Be careful too, as some of the more complex ones, like Vortex, might trigger photosensitivity. If you look at the Slides pane, the star icon indicates which slides have a transition or animation. Once you've decided on your transition, you can then set effect options. Once the transition is applied, the Effect Options button is enabled. This button expands into a menu that will show different customization options depending on the transition selected. For example, here are the options for the shape effect. Simply click the Effect Options command and choose your customization. However, bear in mind that there are several transitions which can't be customized in this way, like dissolve or flash. Once you've added your transitions, you can use PowerPoint to customize the timings. In the Duration field on the Transitions tab, you can enter how many seconds long you want the transition to be. Or you can use the Advanced Slide options to choose when to move to the next slide. These timing options might be useful if you want your presentation to play automatically. The default choice is on mouse click or the related shortcuts. However, you can also choose after and enter a time in minutes, seconds, or parts of seconds down to hundredths of a second. The final option available to you is adding a sound to your transition. A mix of transition effects, timings, and sound effects can help to really boost your PowerPoint into something special. To add a sound effect, click the Sound menu and choose an option. You can choose between No Sound for a silent slide, or Stop Previous Sound to cut the sound from the previous slide. You can also select various built-in sounds and preview each one by moving your mouse over the sound's name. You can choose Other Sound to upload your own sound file. And finally, there's Loop until next sound. This option plays the selected sound until the next sound in the presentation is triggered. Now that you've created your masterpiece transitions, you need to make sure that they work as intended. And you can do this using PowerPoint's Preview tool. When you choose options from the Transitions to this slide group, using a thumbnail from the gallery or the Effect Options menu, PowerPoint will automatically show you a preview. To preview the transition manually, you can switch to Slideshow View, or just click the Preview command on the Transitions tab. You will then see a preview of the transitions as it will appear in the slideshow. You now know how to apply transitions to your slides. I can't wait to see how you make use of transitions to liven up your next presentation. Welcome to the next lesson in this course. In this lesson, you'll discover how to customize design templates in Microsoft PowerPoint. Microsoft PowerPoint includes a range of design templates for enhancing the appearance of your presentation. There's limitless potential in PowerPoint to create any kind of design you like. By the end of this lesson, you'll be able to create and manage sections in a presentation, customize a presentation by modifying slide masters and slide layouts, add headers and footers, and modify the Notes Master and the Handout Master. To get started, see how they're making use of custom templates over at WestCal. Grace is creating a new PowerPoint template for Westcal's client presentations. The template needs to contain sections along with a header and a footer for key information. And there also needs to be a wide selection of slide masters and layouts, so that there's a visual variety between presentations. Grace can create this template using the customization options in Microsoft PowerPoint. And the best place for her to start is with creating and managing sections. Sections are basically structural units that are used to group similar slides together. This lets users apply changes to a group of slides all at once rather than one at a time. Sections can also be used to organize a presentation. In PowerPoint, sections are managed from the Home tab and the Slides pane. There are a number of actions that you can take with sections. For example, you can create new sections within your presentation, view sections using the collapse feature, move slides and sections around your presentation as needed, and remove or delete a section while retaining the slides that it contains. Time to check back in with Grace and see how she's progressing. Grace has begun building a structure for her template. She has decided that the basics of this structure will be a series of sections that will hold related slides together. Grace can build and manage these sections using PowerPoint. So how can Grace, or another user like yourself, create and manage sections in Microsoft PowerPoint? To create a section, first decide which of your slides is the start of the section, or group select all of the slides that you want included in the section. Next, click Home, Section, then Add Section. A Rename Section dialog box will pop up. Inside the provided field, you can then enter a new section name. Click Rename to apply the change. But if you don't want to rename the section at this point, just click X to close the dialog box. If you decide not to name your section, then the Slides pane shows a divider with the name Untitled Section before the currently selected slide. If you decide to rename this section later, just right-click its header and click Rename Section. This action will redisplay the Rename Section dialog box. When creating presentations and templates, you'll often find yourself working with a lot of different sections. It can be difficult to navigate through these sections, especially if they all contain a lot of slides. This is where Microsoft PowerPoint's Collapse feature comes in useful. You can use the Collapse feature to hide sections when you're not using them. To collapse a section, click the arrow to the left of the section name. Once a section has been collapsed, you can expand it again by clicking the same arrow. You can expand or collapse all sections within a presentation using the commands in the Section drop-down menu on the Home tab. Imagine you're working on a section within a presentation, but you then realize that some of its slides are incorrect and should be in a different section. How can you fix this? Do you have to rebuild the slides all over again? Thankfully, with Microsoft PowerPoint, you can simply drag and drop slides between sections as needed. To move slides between different sections, just select the slides you need and then drag and drop them into place. You can also reorganize entire sections by clicking their section headers and then dragging and dropping them into place. This process will automatically collapse all sections within your presentation while you're completing the action. This makes it easier to move them around. Here's a scenario for you. You sent your PowerPoint template to a colleague for review and they've just sent over their feedback. They want you to remove the final section in your presentation and merge its slides with another section. So how can you remove this final section without losing the slides? To remove a section without deleting the slides it contains, right-click the section header and click Remove Section. The section is removed, but the slides remain in your presentation. But what if you want to delete the slides that a section contains, along with the section itself? To remove everything within a section, use the Remove Section and Slides command in the same menu. If there is more than one section in a presentation, then the Remove Section command will be unavailable when right-clicking the first section in the presentation. If there is only one section in the presentation, then this command will still be available. You can also find these commands in the Section menu on the Home tab while a section is selected. You can now use Microsoft PowerPoint to create, view and delete sections within a presentation, as well as move or alter slides and sections. Great work! I'm looking forward to seeing how you make use of sections in your next presentation. Building customized templates in Microsoft PowerPoint can take a long time. So how can you make the process quick and easy for yourself? With the help of slide masters and slide layouts. These features let you quickly and easily customize and edit slides when building presentations. Slide masters are used to set the layout, text and theme settings for the slides within a presentation. Any changes that you make to a slide master affect every slide in a presentation that was based on the master that you are using. This system allows you to tweak a presentation much more quickly, as you can simply make changes to the slide master rather than each slide individually. With the help of slide masters, Microsoft PowerPoint users can create and manage new and existing master slides, manage commands from the Slide Master tab, work with custom slide layouts, add background images or styles to slides, and create and manage custom themes. Over at Westcal, Grace is in the middle of developing a PowerPoint presentation template. She needs to create several master slides that can be reused throughout the template. She also needs to add the company's logo as a background image. Grace can use Microsoft PowerPoint's Slide Master features to create the template for Westcal. Next up is a brief overview of how the Slide Master feature works. Once you're up to speed with it, see if you can give Grace some guidance with her template. The Slide Master view can be used to view Slide Master commands and create and edit Slide Masters. To open Slide Master view, click View and then Slide Master. This will display all Slide Masters and open a new Slide Master tab. The Slide Master tab comes in on the left-hand side of the ribbon area to show that it is changing things at a deeper level. For example, Slide Master actions change the entire presentation or set new defaults. This tab is contextual in that it only appears in this view, but it also remains open until you close it or switch to another editing view within your presentation. The Slides pane will display all the master slides in the current presentation. Each Slide Master is marked by a number to its left. Slide Masters are also larger than the other slides. The individual slide layouts in that master will appear underneath it. Any changes made to the larger Slide Master slides at the top will automatically apply to all the other layouts. If you want to adjust a single layout, highlight it first before making changes. When you do this, the changes will apply only to that layout. Opening the Slide Master reveals the Slide Master groups and their commands. Here's a quick overview of each group and the commands it offers. Once you've opened the Slide Master tab, you can access the commands for creating and editing Slide Masters. The Edit Master group commands are used to manage Slide Masters and their related slide layouts. With the Master Layout command, you can add and edit placeholders for the current slide layout. Use the Edit Theme group commands to select a pre-built theme. You can also create your own theme with unique colors, fonts, and effects. Themes applied to a Slide Master will be applied to all associated layout slides. Themes will also override any custom changes you have made. The Background command is used to apply a background to the slide layout or the Slide Master. Browse the background styles and click one to add it. You can also click Format Background to create your own. Use the Size command to specify slide dimensions as well as slide orientation, either portrait or landscape. Finally, you can use the Click Close Master View command to close the Slide Master tab and the Master View. The Slide Master tab will also close if you switch to another master view or back to normal editing view. Next is Custom Slide Layouts. To get a better understanding of custom slide layouts, consider this scenario. You've been tasked with creating a custom slide for a client. The client wants an image of their logo in the background of each slide. So how can you build these slides? You can add the requested background image using custom slide layouts. Each new blank presentation contains one Slide Master and 11 layout slides. For example, here we have opened the Slide Master tab and selected the Title Layout slide. If we add a background style to this layout slide, we can see the changes in the layout slide and in the slides pane. If we then close the Slide Master tab and return to the regular presentation, this change to the slide layout will immediately be applied to all slides that use that layout. The change will also be reflected in the new slide gallery. If you want to create a new blank layout, click Slide Master, then Insert Layout while in Slide Master view. PowerPoint will add a new generic slide layout. You can now add and modify placeholders and style the slide as you see fit. You can add several different background styles to a slide layout, including background images like in our scenario. To add a background image to a slide layout, first select the Slide Master or layout that you would like to work with. Then click Slide Master, Background Styles, and Format Background. This action will open the Format Background task pane. Inside this pane, click the Picture or Texture Fill Radio button under the Fill section title. You can now add a fill to the slide or replace any existing ones. The Format Background task pane then shows all the controls related to the selected option. Under the Picture Source section header, you can choose a background image that resides on your computer's clipboard, or you can insert from multiple sources. Selecting Insert will open a pop-up dialog box. For this example, we will select From a File button, which opens the Insert Picture dialog box. Using this, you can find a picture on your PC, select it, and then click the Insert button. The selected image will now be the background for the selected slide or all slides if you have the master selected. To return to our earlier example, what if the client also requested that each slide had the same theme as well as background image? With Microsoft PowerPoint, you can build custom themes for your presentations that include custom fonts, colors, and effects. Once you have customized a theme, you can then save the entire package as a custom theme. Just click the Save Current Theme option from the Themes gallery on the Design tab or the Slide Master tab. A Save dialog box appears. Enter the new name for the theme. Then click Save to apply. All your saved custom themes are shown in the Custom section of the Themes gallery. You now know how to work with slide masters and layouts to apply consistent designs and layouts in your presentation. So next time someone needs a custom slideshow, you're the one they can turn to. Occasionally there may be a resource, like a web page, that you can't directly embed into a presentation. Hyperlinks and action buttons can be added to a slide in your presentation to lead to those resources when they're clicked. Hyperlinks are text or objects that, when clicked, connect to a web page, a file, or another location in the current document. With action buttons, you can instruct PowerPoint to perform a specific action when you click or move your mouse over a particular object. For example, you can add an action button that will execute a macro or launch a program. Over at Westcal, Thomas is preparing to deliver a presentation to his colleagues that outlines some of Westcal's new projects. He's decided to add hyperlinks on the slides that provide an overview of these new projects. When clicked, the hyperlinks will link to documents and websites that can be used to find out more information about each project. Looks like Thomas could do with some help adding these hyperlinks and action buttons. Take a few moments to find out how they work so that you can offer him some advice. To add an action button to your presentation, first select the object that you would like to use as a button. Then click Insert and Action. This action will open the Action Settings dialog box. The Action Settings dialog box is divided into two tabs, Mouse Click and Mouse Over. If you want an action to occur when the action button is clicked, use the commands on the Mouse Click tab. Or if you want an action to occur when the mouse cursor moves over a button, use the controls found on the Mouse Over tab. Don't worry about choosing between these tabs. Both include the same sets of controls. Here's an overview of the controls available and what each one does. The None control is selected by default. This option assigns no action. When the hyperlink option is selected, a hyperlink can be assigned to the button or object. To add a hyperlink, select some text. Then select the hyperlink option from the Actions tab. In this example, you can program the presentation to move to the next slide when the link is selected. You can also choose from Run Program, or Run Macro to run a specified macro when an object is clicked or hovered over. There's also the Object Action control. This option is used to set a linked or embedded object as a trigger to complete an action. You can also play a sound, or highlight an object. Once you've set your controls, set OK to confirm. And that's how you add resources and interactivity to your presentation using hyperlinks and action buttons. Make sure to use them where they're most effective and where they count.
Hello and welcome. You've come to the end of this module. So, we'll summarize the key points and remind you of their importance in the ideation phase of design thinking. Let's start the recap. In the dynamic realm of design, your users are at the center of your design. As you get to know them and continue in the design thinking model, you'll move into the ideation phase, which is a starting point and a tool or catalyst for creative thinking. You'll use various ideation techniques to challenge your imagination and foster creative thinking. You'll use brainstorming as your primary way to generate ideas. When you brainstorm, ideas will flow freely. All brainstorm participants are encouraged to generate as many ideas as possible, regardless of their feasibility or practicality. It's about quantity over quality, allowing creativity to flow uninhibited. There are several brainstorming techniques that you can use. Take mind mapping, for instance. It's like charting a map of your thoughts, connecting ideas like winding paths in a garden. Mind mapping provides a structured and visual way to capture and organize ideas and information, and is used to develop new ideas or to break down and better understand existing information. A mind map is built around a single, central topic, making it easier for others to understand the core focus of your mind map. Other brainstorming techniques you may use could include Scamper, a series of thought sparkers or provocations which help you to innovate; rapid sketching, where you'll work with your design team to come up with a number of ideas related to the topic; or the worst possible idea, where you'll purposefully seek the worst solutions in ideation sessions and then deconstruct those ideas to help move the creative process along. Now, consider how you can apply these techniques in real-world scenarios as UX designers. Picture yourself in a team huddle, brainstorming ideas for a cutting-edge app interface. Your mind mapping prowess helps chart user journeys, while collaborative brainstorming sessions help come up with innovative features. With each technique, you're working to create memorable digital experiences. As you wrap up this module, remember, your users are at the center of each and every design. You'll use ideation as a starting point and a tool or catalyst for creative thinking. So, keep designing and moving forward. Until next time. Hey there! You're starting a new module. In this module, you'll learn about storytelling in UX design. Let's jump right in.
Storytelling isn't just for bedtime tales or blockbuster movies. In the world of UX design, it's a superpower that helps us create digital experiences that users love.
Superpower? Like in comic books?
Yes, exactly. Think of the storytelling that goes on in comic books. It's informal, very visual, and follows a sequence. Most importantly, a comic has a compelling narrative.
I think I get it. In a comic book, just like in UX design, there are user personas and user journeys.
Yes, that's right. Those elements are part of the storytelling which inform the storyboard. You can think of those elements this way. The user personas are the characters in the comic book. Superheroes, no doubt. These are the characters in the story, each with their own goals, needs, and motivations. The journey map is the text underneath, telling us what a character, the superhero, feels, says, or does in each panel. It provides the user with touch points and emotions.
Okay, I think I get it. So, in the context of UX design, all of these elements make up storytelling, which helps inform how users will interact with a website, an app, or anything in our digital world.
Yes, you've got it. Now, let's talk about the tools you'll use to help create your story. Just like a comic book writer needs colored pencils and paper, a UX designer needs the right tools to bring their story to life. From digital sketching apps to prototyping software, there's a whole toolbox at your disposal to help you craft compelling stories in pixels and code.
I didn't know there were so many tools to use for storytelling. But I have a question. Are UX designers the only people who can use storytelling?
Not at all. Storytelling is for everyone. Whether you're a developer, marketer, or product manager, understanding the power of storytelling can take your work to the next level.
Well, I think I'm ready to put my superpowers to use and start my storytelling adventure.
Welcome, aspiring designers. Today, we're embarking on an exciting journey into the captivating world of storytelling within UX design. By the end of this video, you'll be able to explain the importance of storytelling and how it engages stakeholders by enabling them to visualize a user journey. Picture this. You're a traveler navigating through an unexplored landscape, encountering obstacles and uncovering hidden treasures along the way. Now, let's transpose this adventure into the realm of digital design. Your quest? Crafting seamless digital experiences that captivate and delight users. And your guide? Storytelling. At the heart of UX design lies the art of storytelling. Think of yourself as a skilled cartographer, diligently charting the uncharted territories of a user's digital journey. Storyboards become your indispensable maps, revealing the twists and turns, the potential shortcuts, and even the occasional hidden treasure along the user's path. Each scene within a storyboard is a carefully sketched landmark, a visual representation of their interactions, a tap on a vibrant button, a swipe across a screen, a form filled with anticipation. Like chapters strung together to form a captivating novel, these storyboard scenes weave a complete narrative, a story of the user's triumphs and challenges, their moments of ease and frustration. By immersing yourself in this visual tale, stakeholders gain a unique perspective. They follow the user's footsteps, sharing their excitement and anticipating their needs as the journey continues. But storytelling isn't just about captivating an audience. It's like setting up a vibrant marketplace for ideas. Imagine a diverse team of designers, developers, and stakeholders, all explorers eager to conquer the digital frontier. The storyboard becomes a shared map where each member contributes their expertise. The designer sketches a new interaction point, a potential oasis for weary users. The developer suggests a clever shortcut to bypass a frustrating detour. The stakeholder, with their keen eye for detail, identifies areas where the path could be smoother. Through the shared language of storytelling, these diverse voices weave a richer narrative, one that considers every aspect of the user's journey. This collaborative storytelling isn't just about exchanging ideas. It's about bridging the gap between imagination and execution. By working together to refine the storyboard, everyone aligns towards a common goal, crafting a user experience that's as remarkable and rewarding as a successful expedition. Let's zoom in on user interactions. Imagine each swipe, tap, and click as footprints left in the digital landscape. By carefully sketching these detailed interactions within our storyboards, you become skilled trackers. You decipher clues about the user's mindset. Where do they hesitate, hinting at a tricky obstacle? Storyboards become more than visual maps. They turn into a portal into the user's world. You don't just navigate the landscape, you walk a mile in their shoes, feeling their triumphs and anticipating their frustrations. It's through this deep empathy that you uncover opportunities to turn those rough patches into smooth pathways and ensure the user's journey is nothing short of extraordinary. Storyboarding isn't just about illustrating user journeys. It's like crafting a travel itinerary for an explorer, but one that's constantly rewritten based on the terrain. As you iterate and refine your designs, your storyboards evolve alongside them. Imagine encountering an unexpected obstacle on the user's path, a steep cliff face in our digital landscape. The storyboard allows you to experiment, sketching out daring detours or ingenious bridges to help users conquer this new challenge. Through this iterative process, your abstract ideas solidify into tangible experiences. Each revision on the storyboard refines the user's journey until it takes a perfect form, one that resonates with their needs. It's a continuous cycle of exploration, discovery, and refinement, all guided by the ever-evolving narrative woven into the storyboard. This isn't a map etched in stone. It's a living document that paves the way for a truly remarkable user experience. Finally, let's talk about the power of storytelling in stakeholder engagement. Imagine you're back from your grand expedition, eager to share your discoveries. Would you present a dry technical report filled with cryptic coordinates and unfamiliar landmarks? Or would you unveil a captivating travelogue, a storyboard bursting with vibrant scenes and detailed illustrations? The answer is clear. Storyboards like that travelogue act as a bridge between your design team and stakeholders. These stakeholders from diverse backgrounds become fellow travelers themselves, immersed in the user's world through the captivating narrative of the storyboard. Unlike a dense technical report, storyboards transcend language barriers. They speak a universal language of emotions and experiences. Stakeholders can feel the user's frustration at a confusing crossroads or share their awe at a breathtaking vista. This shared journey through the storyboard fosters empathy and understanding, ensuring everyone is aligned toward a common goal, creating a user experience that's as unforgettable and inspiring as a successful expedition. In conclusion, storytelling isn't just a tool in our design arsenal. It's the heartbeat of effective stakeholder engagement. By harnessing the power of storytelling, we breathe life into our designs, engage stakeholders, and ultimately create digital experiences that leave a lasting impression. So, fellow designers, let's continue to craft compelling narratives that illustrate the user experience and inspire meaningful connections. Until next time, happy designing!
Hello! In this video, you'll see how user research translates into a storyboard. Let's get started. Imagine you're in a city. surrounded by the pulse of life, each person with their unique story and their own journey. This scene is similar to the digital world, where users navigate through websites and apps, seeking information and experiences. But how do we understand these journeys? How do we design digital experiences that seamlessly guide users to their destination? In UX design, you will use research to map out the user's journey. You'll start by investigating user research. Then, you'll gather insights from various sources, including surveys, interviews, and analytics. These insights will provide a mix of qualitative and quantitative data that validates your design decisions. Let's see this in action. Meet Sarah, a college student struggling to find reliable, online study resources. You decided to interview her to find out about her pain points and aspirations. During the interview, Sarah expressed her frustration with the periodical search tool in the campus library. It was not efficient or accurate when generating current and relevant resources. With Sarah's story in mind, you'll begin sketching out her journey, step by step. This is where the user journey starts. Each touchpoint and interaction is carefully crafted to address Sarah's needs and guide her towards her goals. At every touchpoint, you include the goals, experiences, both positive and negative, as well as opportunities. You won't be alone in this process. You'll collaborate with your team, bouncing ideas off each other to ensure every detail is considered. Together, you'll iterate and refine, transforming the user journey into an overarching story. Then, you'll put this story into a visual narrative, the storyboard. The storyboard is the tool that tells Sarah's user story and brings her journey to life. It should include a persona developed from your user research, as well as a key task or scenario based on user feedback. It will illustrate each scene and interaction, from Sarah's first click to her final success. Every moment in Sarah's story should be supported by a visual element, as well as text to provide context and insight. These insights should be clear examples from the user journey map. You'll use the storyboard as your guide, and you'll use storytelling to present your vision to stakeholders, ensuring everyone is aligned on the user experience. When your storyboard is supported by research, user personas, and journey mapping, you are able to present a cohesive look at the user's experience based on real-world data. This will help create a greater sense of realism and empathy to stakeholders. Whether you're designing a website, an app, or any digital experience, remember, it all starts with doing the research and using that research to create a user journey. From there, you'll bring the user journey to life through storytelling, and you'll use a storyboard to help convey your user's journey. So, as you observe all of the people around you, know that each person has their own story, or in terms of UX design, their own user journey. Be sure to do the work to find out what that story is, and how you can help your users fulfill their goals. Today, we're diving into the design tool Figma. Join me as we explore this powerful tool and unlock its full potential. By the end of this video, you will be able to identify common design tools for creating storyboards, user flow diagrams, and journey maps, and compose a storyboard based on design ideation, user needs assessment, and user research. Storyboarding is a fantastic way to visually map out your ideas, especially for projects like user interfaces and animations. With Figma, you can easily create storyboard frames using the rectangle tool and arrange them in a sequential order. You can even add text descriptions within each frame to further explain the scene. Before we get into the details of Figma, let's first ensure you're set up for success. You should have already created an account in the Fundamentals of UI/UX Design course, but if you didn't, create an account now. It's important to note that, with the free starter plan, there are some limitations. You'll only be able to create and store a few files. There are some collaboration limitations as well. You can only create one team project, and you can only have one editor besides yourself on your team project. Also, while you can access version history, it's not as extensive as in the paid plans. Let's create a new project in Figma by clicking on New Design File. Now, let's talk about the many design tools at your disposal. Use basic shapes, the pen tool, and the pencil tool to create and draw shapes. Use text layers, font styling, text alignment, and auto layout to add text to your design. For our purposes, we've hand-drawn the images for the storyboard and imported our sketches into Figma. But Figma has drawing tools and image editing tools as well. To import images into Figma, you can either locate the images you wish to import on your desktop and drag and drop them into your Figma file, or navigate to the Figma dropdown in your toolbar. Go to File and click Place Image. Now you can place your sketches into artboards and create auto layers for your storyboard. Use the export feature within Figma to export your storyboard as a JPEG, PNG, SVG, or PDF. So there you have it, my fellow designers. Figma is a valuable tool to create your UX designs. Every click brings you closer to design brilliance, so don't hold back. Let your imagination run wild.
Welcome! In this video, you'll gain an overview of storyboarding and user flow diagrams, including the key components of each and the differences between the two.
Hey there, fellow designers. Today, Leah and I are diving into the dynamic world of user experience design.
That's right, Naila. And in this journey, we're shedding light on two powerful tools, storyboarding and user flow diagrams.
Let's start with storyboarding. Think of it as crafting a visual narrative, like scenes in a movie.
Exactly. Storyboarding helps us map out the sequence of interactions a user might have with our product or website.
Imagine you're designing a cooking app. With storyboarding, you'd sketch out each step, from selecting a recipe to adding ingredients to the shopping cart.
Now, let's switch gears to user flow diagrams. Picture them as roadmaps guiding users through your digital landscape. User flow diagrams visualize the paths users take to complete tasks or achieve goals within your app or website, often including screens or mock-ups taken directly from the product.
Let's say you're designing a travel website. User flow diagrams would map out the journey, from utilizing the search and filter functions to payment info screens and confirmation modals.
So, what's the difference between the two?
Storyboarding focuses on the user's experience at each step, like scenes in a movie.
While user flow diagrams provide a big picture view of the overall structure and flow of interactions within the product itself.
And there you have it, folks. Whether you're storyboarding your user's journey or mapping out user flows, you can use these tools to craft unforgettable user experiences.
So, grab your pencils and laptops, and let's embark on this exciting adventure together.
Welcome back. This time around, we're going to talk a little more practically about the concepts of storyboarding, user flow diagrams, and creating journey maps. As you know, these tools are used to both define and communicate the goals and structure of the user experience design to team members and stakeholders. By the end of this video, you'll be able to describe the benefits of storyboards, user flows, and user journey maps, as well as explain the purpose of each deliverable in the UX design process through a practical, real-world example. Ready to get started and see more clearly how these deliverables help designers and their teams build positive user experiences? Then let's go for it. As you know, every journey relies on directions to get from where you are to where you want to go. For UX designers, this is done using three essential tools: storyboards, user flows, and journey maps. These will serve as your reference points to give users the direction they need to navigate successfully through the websites, apps, and software interfaces that you will be creating. So let's briefly examine how each of these tools can guide UX design teams as they craft great user experiences. We'll start with storyboards. As you know, in UX design, storyboards tell the story of how your user navigates through your design. While it doesn't lay out every detail, it is a sequence of events that maps a pathway through the different components that users interact with in the site, app, or software program you're designing. Storyboards can be used in design planning to chart the path a user will likely take through the interface depending on user needs, or it can be used after usability testing to document how users actually did navigate. Both of these uses provide the design team with valuable feedback. For example, say you're creating a mobile banking app. With the storyboard, you would plan out and sketch the various stops that might occur as users navigate their way through the initial login, checking their account balance, transferring funds, confirming their transactions, and any other banking tasks the app might support. Each stop, or frame, captures a moment in the user's experience, helping you anticipate their wants, needs, and pain points at that particular frame. The benefit for your team is that storyboards give your ideas substance, meaning they let you express your creativity and enable you to create and iterate based on user insights and feedback. They allow you to empathize and understand the user's experience so you can make proactive design decisions. User flows show the paths, decision points, and interactions users will encounter as they make their way from one frame of the design to the next. They provide more detail for user navigation options within the digital product as well. In the banking app example, a user flow would illustrate the step-by-step details a user will need to go through from the moment they enter their login credentials to the specific tasks they need to complete, such as transferring funds from one account to another or to paying a bill. The flow lays out all of the particulars clearly and succinctly so users understand what they need to do to accomplish an action quickly and efficiently. The easier your user flows make this for them, the better their experience will be. The benefit of a good user flow is that it provides clarity and structure, helping you streamline the user's journey from task to task and identify potential bottlenecks or detours. It guides you to creating intuitive pathways that lead users seamlessly towards their goals. The third tool, the journey map, captures the highs, the lows, and the moments of delight or frustration users encounter as they navigate through the site or app. In the mobile banking example, the journey map is concerned with the user's emotional journey through the app. An example would be adding personalization to the user journey to make them feel welcome and engaged, rather than simply having to complete tasks. It also does things like recognize the final satisfaction of completing a transaction. It also highlights pain points, opportunities for improvement, and areas where you can make adjustments that will enhance the overall experience. The benefit is that journey maps foster empathy and understanding, enabling you to design experiences that resonate with users on a deeper level. They uncover insights that go beyond usability, allowing you to create truly memorable and meaningful interactions. Remember, these tools are more than plans and diagrams. They are dynamic and will evolve with each iteration. They spell the difference between an app and an experience. Until next time. Welcome back. Today we're learning more about UX design storyboarding. Ever wondered how to craft compelling narratives that bring your design concepts to life? Well, you're in luck, because by the end of this video, you should be able to explain how to structure storyboards to create meaningful user scenarios and convey design concepts. Let's get started. First, let's talk about structuring storyboards. Start by defining the starting point of your user's journey, their initial interaction with your product or service. This could be a landing page, a login screen, or any other entry point. From there, progress through the middle of your storyboard, illustrating the user's actions, decisions, and interactions as they navigate through your design concept. As you move through the middle section, consider the user's goals, motivations, and pain points. What are they trying to achieve? And how does your design solution help them accomplish their objectives? Each frame should represent a specific interaction or user action, guiding the viewer through the narrative in a logical sequence. Keep in mind that storyboards should put the user's story at the forefront. Finally, bring your storyboard to a satisfying conclusion, the resolution of the user's journey. This could be achieving their goal, completing a task, or experiencing the benefits of your design solution. By structuring your storyboard with a clear beginning, middle, and end, you create a cohesive and compelling narrative that keeps your audience engaged from start to finish. Remember, coherence and flow are key. Ensure that each frame seamlessly transitions to the next, maintaining the viewer's attention and guiding them through the user experience journey. Let's look at a storyboard disaster story. A UX designer once worked on a project where they got carried away with adding intricate details to the storyboard frames. As a result, the narrative became convoluted and the message got lost in the clutter. It was a valuable lesson in the importance of keeping things simple and focused. Don't make the same mistake. Keep your storyboards clean and concise. Now, let's talk about creating meaningful user scenarios within your storyboard. To begin, put yourself in the user's shoes and empathize with their needs, goals, motivations, and pain points. Consider the context in which they would encounter your product or service and envision scenarios that reflect their real-world experiences. When creating user scenarios, aim for authenticity and relevance. Avoid generic or unrealistic situations and instead focus on scenarios that align with your target audience's goals and challenges. Think about the tasks they need to accomplish, the obstacles they may encounter, and the emotions they may experience throughout their journey. For example, if you're designing a mobile banking app, consider scenarios such as a user checking their account balance before making a purchase or transferring funds between accounts to pay bills. These scenarios reflect common tasks that users perform regularly and demonstrate how your app can simplify their financial management process. By crafting meaningful user scenarios, you provide context and relevance to your storyboard, making it easier for stakeholders to understand the user's journey and the value proposition of your design solution. Now, let's explore the importance of including a few key elements in each frame of your storyboard. One crucial element to include in your storyboard is user interface mockups. These mockups depict the visual design of your product or service, including layout, typography, color schemes, and interactive elements. By incorporating UI mockups into your storyboard frames, you provide a visual representation of how your design will look and feel to users. This allows stakeholders to visualize the user experience and provides valuable feedback on the aesthetics and usability of your design. In addition to UI mockups, contextual information such as background settings, user actions, and device types help set the scene and provide context for each interaction depicted in the storyboard. For example, if you're designing a mobile app, include details such as the device type, like a smartphone or tablet, the user's location, and any relevant environmental factors, like indoors or outdoors. This contextual information helps stakeholders understand the context in which the user interacts with your product and informs design decisions accordingly. Annotations are another essential element to include in your storyboard frames. Annotations provide additional information and context that may not be immediately apparent from the visuals alone. Use annotations to explain the purpose of each interaction, highlight key features or functionalities, and provide rationale for design choices. This helps stakeholders understand the reasoning behind each design decision and ensure alignment between the design team and other project stakeholders. Use annotations to explain the purpose of each interaction, highlight key features or functionalities, and provide rationale for design choices. This helps stakeholders understand the reasoning behind each design decision and ensures alignment between the design team and other project stakeholders. Before we wrap up, let's quickly touch on some additional tips for effective storyboarding. First, collaborate closely with your team to gather diverse perspectives and insights. Second, iterate and refine your storyboard based on feedback and testing results. And finally, don't be afraid to experiment and push the boundaries of storytelling to create truly compelling narratives. So, to wrap things up, with these practical insights and tips, you're well equipped to craft engaging and impactful storyboards that bring your design concepts to life. Remember to structure your storyboards effectively, create meaningful user scenarios, and incorporate key elements to convey your design concepts accurately. Avoid common pitfalls, stay focused, and be creative.
Hi there. In this video, you'll explore best practices for creating impactful storyboards. You'll learn about the importance of clarity, simplicity, user-centricity in storytelling, and narrative sequence structuring. You'll also find out how storyboards can facilitate collaboration and iteration in the design process.
Hey, Javier. Working on your storyboard for the new app design?
Yeah, I'm trying to nail down the narrative, but I'm not sure where to start. Any tips?
Absolutely. Creating a compelling storyboard is all about weaving a captivating tale that guides stakeholders through the user's journey seamlessly. They're an internal tool and are not shown to the end users.
Sounds intriguing, but how do you ensure your storyboard hits the mark?
Well, let's break it down. First things first, clarity is key. Each frame should convey a clear and concise message, leaving no room for ambiguity. Take a look at the next frame. See how the user is clearly frustrated during their checkout process? That allows us to clearly understand a pain point in their experience.
Ah, got it. Clarity makes all the difference in ensuring stakeholders understand a design's purpose.
Exactly. Now let's talk about simplicity. Keeping your storyboard simple and straightforward helps stakeholders focus on the core message without distractions. See how removing unnecessary details declutters the storyboard, making it easier for stakeholders to follow along.
That makes sense. A clutter-free storyboard ensures stakeholders stay focused on what matters most to the user.
Precisely. And last but not least, always keep the user at the center of your storytelling. Every interaction, every decision should be driven by the user's needs and preferences. Our job as UX designers is not just to understand users, but to advocate for their best experience to internal teams and stakeholders. By incorporating user personas into your storyboard, you ensure that the narrative accurately represents your target audience to stakeholders, fostering empathy and understanding.
User-centric storytelling. I like it. It ensures our design solutions address real user needs effectively.
Absolutely. And don't forget, storyboards are not set in stone. They're dynamic tools that facilitate collaboration and iteration in the design process. Embrace feedback, iterate based on user insights, and watch your storyboard evolve into a masterpiece that delights stakeholders.
Thanks, Maya. With these tips in mind, I'm feeling much more confident about crafting my storyboard.
You've got this, Javier. Happy storyboarding!
Welcome back. We've talked about storyboards before, so this time, let's look at them from a different angle. Let's say you've been working for weeks crafting a user experience design. Then, when you present it, you get a lot of conflicting feedback from the project stakeholders. Nobody wants to go through that. So in this video, we're going to talk about using storyboards to communicate your design goals and refine the user experience. By the end of this video, you will be able to describe how to evaluate the storyboard for a successful UX project. To do this, we'll examine a case study of a project that illustrates the power that a storyboard has in user experience design. Say you and your team are hired to redesign a mobile app for a popular local food delivery service. Many of the app's customers are frustrated by the app. There's so much going on in the interface, it's confusing, and the checkout process feels like a maze. It's good to keep in mind that although this example is concerned with redesigning the app, most real-world situations typically involve redesigning a feature or two rather than a total overhaul. But in either case, storyboarding is the tool you would use to tackle this challenge head-on. As you know, storyboarding is sketching out a narrative, frame by frame, to show both the stakeholders and the design and development teams what users will encounter on their journey through the app. In the early stages of the project, you used storyboards to explore the different scenarios a typical user might face. For example, ordering their favorite meals, tracking their deliveries in real time, and completing checkout transactions with just a few taps. As the project progressed, storyboards helped your designs evolve to provide more detail and uncover potential problems and better ways to accomplish common tasks. Your team fleshed out various screen interactions, mapped the information architecture, and fine-tuned the placement of every button and icon. The storyboard kept evolving and became the centerpiece of the team's collaborative efforts. It served as a visual roadmap through the various design iterations, guiding discussions and creatively challenging the different team members to look for innovative solutions. It also kept everyone on the same page, so the team could iterate rapidly, adjusting and refining designs with confidence. The storyboard also helped developers, product managers, and other key stakeholders understand the UX design vision so they could ask appropriate questions and provide meaningful input early in the process. It also streamlined project communication, minimized misunderstandings, and helped make sure everyone involved with the project stayed aligned with the project goals. The storyboard really came to life during user testing. The wireframes, sketches, and interactive prototypes you and the team created allowed users to navigate through the app and provided important feedback for the next iteration. As you can see, a good storyboard guides a project through the design process. This brief example shows several criteria you can use to evaluate the effectiveness of a project's storyboards, including clarity, prioritizing the user's perspective, consistency, level of detail, and flexibility. Let's see how each of these affected the project. First and foremost, clarity was paramount. The storyboard in this case study needed to clearly communicate the user's journey to stakeholders as well as the rest of the team. Remember, if stakeholders can't understand the storyboard, it isn't an effective tool. Second, a good storyboard prioritizes the user's perspective in your evaluations and design decisions. A good storyboard has to showcase how design solutions address users' needs and pain points. By keeping the user at the center of the narrative, the storyboard helps make sure your designs remain user-centric. Consistency in style and layout was another essential storyboard criterion. Each frame of the storyboard needs to maintain visual consistency so that the entire narrative is coherent and understandable. Consistency helps avoid confusion in collaboration and communication and maintains the flow of the user journey. The storyboard also has to help the team use the appropriate level of detail for each stage of the design process. For example, high-fidelity storyboards and deliverables are necessary for the later stages of the project. Early stages, like defining an initial ideation, need only basic sketches and wireframes. Adapting the level of detail allows design teams to iterate quickly without getting bogged down in unnecessary complexity. Finally, flexibility was key. Storyboards need to be adaptable to changes in ideas and to user and stakeholder feedback. Being able to revise and refine a storyboard keeps it relevant and effective throughout the design process. By ensuring clarity, focusing on the user, maintaining consistency, adjusting the level of detail, and embracing flexibility, you can create a storyboard that is a powerful tool for communication, collaboration, and iteration. Until next time.
You've finished this module and have learned about storyboards, user flow diagrams, elements of storytelling, including user personas, user journey maps, and tools used for storyboarding. Now let's do a brief recap.
First, we explored the world of storyboards. Storyboards are like informal comic strips. They include the words and the flow of the design. They clearly illustrate a user's journey across touchpoints to stakeholders and internal teams.
Exactly. And we also learned about user flow diagrams and journey maps. User flow diagrams are like roadmaps, showing the steps users take to accomplish tasks in our product or website. The user flow should be simple, elegant, and easy to navigate for users.
User journey maps go deeper, highlighting the user's emotions, pain points, and touch points throughout their entire experience.
Right. Now let's talk about tools. We've got Figma and PowerPoint for creating storyboards, user flow diagrams, and journey maps.
And don't forget pen and paper for those initial brainstorming sessions.
True. Now let's put your newfound knowledge into action. Imagine you're designing an app to help users find the perfect gift.
Great idea! You'd start by ideating using various brainstorming techniques. Then you'd research user needs and craft your user flow diagrams, user personas, and user journey maps. As you research, you'll remember that your users are at the center of your design. With this in mind, your story will start to fall into place, as all of those elements will inform your storyboard.
Once you have your storyboard, you'd evaluate it to ensure it's clear, user-centric, and flexible enough for iterations. Remember, iterating and revising is part of the creative process.
And that's a wrap. You've learned about storyboarding and all of the elements that go along with it to create a compelling story that your users will enjoy in their design experiences.
Hello and welcome back. In this module, you'll learn about information architecture and how it impacts how your users navigate and what they experience. In addition, you'll also get the chance to construct your own information architecture. Are you ready? Let's begin.
Imagine you're building a house. Before you start adding furniture and decor, you need a solid blueprint, right?
Exactly. Information architecture is like that blueprint for digital environments. It's the foundation that ensures users can navigate seamlessly through websites, apps, and other platforms.
You must get the blueprints right to build a solid house.
And trust me, folks, it's more than just organizing folders or menus. Information architecture is about understanding how users think and behave to create intuitive pathways.
Let's break it down with a real-world example. Imagine you're designing an e-commerce website for a clothing brand.
Your goal is to make it easy for users to find what they're looking for, whether it's trendy jackets or comfy sneakers.
Now, imagine if all the products were jumbled together with no organization. It would be hard to find anything.
Not exactly a pleasant shopping experience, right? That's where information architecture comes in. By categorizing items and creating logical pathways, you make it a breeze for users to explore and purchase.
But wait, there's more. Information architecture doesn't just benefit users. It also makes life easier for designers and developers.
Absolutely. By defining clear structures and hierarchies, you streamline the design and development process, saving time and resources along the way.
So whether you're designing a website, app, or any digital product, information architecture is your blueprint for success when creating user-friendly experiences that stand out in today's competitive landscape. Happy drafting!
Welcome. Today, we're getting into the fascinating world of information architecture. By the end of this video, you should be able to explain the role of information architecture in UX design and its impact on user navigation and experience. Information architecture is a cornerstone of UX design that shapes the digital landscapes we navigate every day. So what exactly is information architecture, or IA for short? IA is the way digital content is arranged. Very simply, it follows the same idea as the way a grocery store organizes items so that shoppers can find exactly what they're looking for. IA organizes digital content for seamless navigation and intuitive user experiences. Think of a well-designed grocery store. Items are grouped by type with clear labels and signage. IA does the same for digital content. This helps users quickly understand what's available and get to where they need to go. No wandering the aisles in confusion. 3 key principles drive information architecture: organization, labeling, and navigation design. Let's break those down. First up, organization. Imagine entering a grocery store where all the food is randomly stacked and scattered over all of the shelves. Cereal boxes mixed with vegetables, toothpaste next to the peanut butter. Total chaos. You would be pretty hungry by the time you found what you were looking for. You might just take what you could get, which would leave you feeling dissatisfied with the experience. Or you might just leave and go somewhere else. Well, the same applies to digital interfaces. Effective organization groups related content together, making it easy for users to find what they need. Next, we have labeling. Clear and concise labeling is essential, just like the labels on grocery items. Labels tell shoppers exactly what they expect to find inside. Imagine picking up a carton that simply says food. How would you know if it's something you want? Whether it's a menu item or a button, labels should be descriptive and easily understood across different languages and cultures. When you're scanning the shelves at a grocery store, you don't want to spend ages deciphering a bunch of cryptic labels. So a website or app with clear labeling eliminates guesswork, allowing users to find what they need fast. Think of the familiar login versus a vague icon, which makes your life easier. But there are icons that are very specific. The magnifying glass has become so universal as the symbol for search that it is often used as a successful icon-only button. Last but not least, Navigation design. Think of navigation as the layout of the grocery store. Navigation guides users through layers of information, just like signs in a store lead to specific sections. Departments like fresh produce, snacks, and cleaning supplies all have their own aisle. Within those departments, smaller signs direct you to more specific items like fruit or herbs. This type of navigation allows shoppers to make efficient progress through a shopping list. Effective navigation in digital products mirrors this hierarchy, from main menu options down to more subcategories. Effective navigation gives users a sense of control over their experience. And you can carry the grocery store metaphor a bit further. Grocery stores owned by different companies have their foods arranged in a similar manner, in the same way many websites have their menus and navigation buttons arranged in a similar layout. This type of familiarity can breed comfort. Most people are familiar with the general layout of grocery stores, regardless of the specific brand. This translates to well-established design patterns in websites and apps that users find intuitive and easy to grasp. Similar layouts across businesses emphasize finding what you need efficiently. Whether it's bread or a Contact Us page, users expect certain things in certain places. Consistency between sites allows users to apply their previous knowledge and transfer their understanding of one site to another with ease. But remember that there's plenty of room for innovation. While many sites follow common patterns, a unique navigation structure can be a brand signature. Think of a high-end, experimental grocery store with a completely different layout. Following the IA principles of effective organization, clear labeling, and intuitive navigation, a new layout could still allow users to effortlessly browse and purchase items and create a seamless shopping experience. A new layout might be memorable and exciting, even if less immediately familiar. No matter what the design, a cluttered website with confusing menus and vague labels may leave users feeling frustrated. They may abandon their task or search for a more intuitive shopping experience. That right there is a big reason information architecture matters so much. It's the backbone of user experience design. A well-crafted IA enhances usability, boosts user satisfaction, and ultimately drives engagement and loyalty. Poorly or haphazardly designed IA does exactly the opposite, hampering usability, creating dissatisfaction among users, and sending them looking for a better experience elsewhere. And there you have it, designers. Information architecture, the unsung hero behind seamless user experiences. Keep these principles in mind as you embark on your journey into the world of UX design. Happy trails! Welcome to Information Architecture in Action. By the end of this video, you'll be able to recognize how information architecture, or IA, shapes the way users interact with a website. Imagine you're planning a trip and need to book a rental car. Let's see how a well-designed rental car platform might utilize IA to make your task easier and more successful. A well-crafted IA system blends intuitive navigation, clear hierarchies of information, and user-friendly labels. We'll explore all of these. You shouldn't have to guess where to start on a good rental car website. Look for an element that clearly signals the main action the website supports, like a calendar tool or a prominent Book a Car button. This eliminates confusion about the site's purpose and gets the user started on the right path. Notice how a clear Book a Car button also demonstrates good labeling, something we'll discuss in more detail later. Ideally, the website guides you through a series of clear and sequential steps. Good IA ensures each step is intuitive and follows a logical flow that mirrors the user's goal. Selecting your destination, pickup and drop-off dates, and choosing a car type are likely among the first pieces of information collected. Next, you might be asked to provide your personal information and select payment options. These services often involve multiple steps, and good IA makes this process seamless, reducing the chance for errors. With a site like this, where you have several important steps to the process, a feature like a progress indicator can be a very helpful user tool. Imagine you're halfway through your booking and need to take a break. A well-designed website might use a progress bar or visual cues to show you where you are in the process and how many steps remain. This transparency prevents uncertainty and minimizes frustration. Progress indicators also contribute to a positive user experience, which is influenced by clear and accessible navigation. IA also creates a hierarchy to prioritize information. When searching for a car, your location and dates are typically your top priorities. Good IA ensures these options are displayed prominently and easy to select. This prioritization helps users focus on the most important information at each stage of the process and mirrors how clear navigation guides the user journey. Less crucial details, like specific car models, might be presented within a secondary menu or after you've chosen your dates. This is an example of how good hierarchy also influences navigation, ensuring the most important options are easy to find and access. Let's say you only want to see cars that fit 5 people or offer third-row seating. A well-designed website offers clear filtering options based on your needs, including the number of passengers, car type, features, and budget. These filters are usually organized hierarchically, with broader categories like car size leading to more specific choices like sedan or SUV. This logical structure makes it easy to narrow down your search efficiently. Okay, you've chosen a car, but what if you want to add optional extras like GPS or insurance? Good IA ensures this type of secondary information is readily available, but doesn't unnecessarily clutter the main booking flow. It might be presented as a separate section or displayed conditionally after a car is selected based on the car features or rental agency policies. This strategic presentation of information is a key aspect of well-considered hierarchy within IA design. Finally, let's talk about labeling. Buttons and options should use plain language to guide you through the process, instead of a button labeled with an ambiguous term like Proceed. A better option might be Select Dates or Continue Booking. Clear and concise labels enhance usability, leaving no room for confusion and guiding the user confidently throughout the process. Labels are a crucial part of effective navigation, ensuring users understand how to move through the website. As you browse car categories, you would expect to choose from terms like compact cars, SUVs, and luxury vehicles. Once you make your selection, you would then expect to see that same term repeated as you move through the following menus. If you selected a sports car, you might be confused if it was called a roadster later on in the reservation process. Consistency is key. Good IA ensures the website uses the same vocabulary and terminology throughout, avoiding potential misunderstandings. Consistent terminology contributes to a smooth user experience by avoiding unnecessary mental effort and ensuring clarity. Since we're talking about cars, let's think about extras. While not every site offers helpful tooltips, a rental car site might really benefit from this. Let's say you're unsure about a specific insurance option. A well-designed website might offer a brief tooltip or hover-over explanation that clarifies the details without overwhelming the main interface. These subtle instructional elements enhance the user experience by providing additional information on demand. Tooltips and similar elements improve the clarity of labels, which supports intuitive navigation and the overall effectiveness of the IA system. Tooltips are primarily a labeling tool. They clarify or expand upon the meaning of a label, button, or icon. This ensures clear communication and reduces potential confusion. However, their ability to support navigation and enhance the clarity of a site's hierarchy makes them an excellent example of how different IA concepts intersect. With regard to navigation, tooltips often provide shortcuts or additional navigation options that aren't explicitly visible on the main interface. This can enhance the user's ability to move through the site, especially when dealing with complex structures. Tooltips can support the structure of a site's hierarchy while keeping the primary interface clean by offering additional information on demand. This reflects a hierarchical organization where secondary details are accessible but don't clutter the user's initial view. IA plays a crucial role in shaping a positive user experience by focusing on clear navigation, well-defined hierarchy, and clear intuitive labeling. In the example we talked about today, well-designed IA can boost the user experience, decrease abandoned bookings, and ultimately increase customer satisfaction for the rental car company. So the next time you book a rental car or use any website, pay attention to how these IA principles come together. This will help you start to evaluate the quality of website design and maybe even spot areas for improvement. Welcome back. In this video, we'll explore how user needs influence information architecture, or IA. By the end of this video, you will be able to explain how to analyze user research data, such as personas and task flows, to determine user needs and content requirements for an effective information architecture. Ready? Then let's jump right in. Now that you've seen the significance of information architecture, let's explore the ways you can analyze user research data to inform your IA decisions. First, let's talk about user personas. Like we said earlier, user personas are fictional representations of the target users for a site, app, or software program. Personas are based on the data and insights gathered during the research phase of the project. Personas tell you who the users are, what they need, and how they interact with the product you're creating. Another way to analyze data is through task flows, which are essentially roadmaps that outline the steps a user takes to complete a specific task or achieve a goal in a digital product. Task flows are a series of interconnected pathways that guide users from the initial interaction with the product to the final desired outcome. These visual maps lay out each step the user takes, including interactions with various interface elements, decision points, and potential pathways. Task flows give you a detailed overview of the user's navigation through the site or app so that UX designers understand the progression of actions they take. Once you've identified user needs through personas and task flows, you can build an information architecture that's intuitive, user-centric, and tailored to the specific needs of your target audience. For example, mapping personas to specific content categories helps you make sure each category caters to the interests and preferences of its intended audience. And analyzing task flows enables you to design intuitive navigation that guides users through the content. Personas and task flows inform the prioritization of your information hierarchy. Aligning content organization with user goals and preferences makes sure the most relevant information is easily accessible and prominently displayed. For example, let's say a leading digital news publisher's website is cluttered and overwhelming for users, leading to high bounce rates and low engagement. To tackle this issue, the design team conducted extensive user research, including interviews and surveys, to understand users' behaviors and preferences. The team identified two primary user personas: the news enthusiast, who craves in-depth analysis, and the casual reader who prefers quick updates. Analyzing task flows revealed that these users struggle to find relevant content quickly. As a result, the UX team redesigned the home page to prioritize content categories based on user preferences, making it easier for users to discover articles of interest. For the news enthusiast, the team highlighted in-depth analysis and opinion pieces, while emphasizing breaking news and trending topics for the casual reader. The team also revamped the navigation structure to streamline access to different sections of the website. They organized content into clear and intuitive menus and filters, so users could easily navigate to the topics they wanted to see. By translating insights from personas and task flows into actionable IA recommendations, the UX team transformed the digital news platform into a user-centric experience that better caters to the diverse needs of its audience. See the importance of analyzing user research data for information architecture IA purposes? Great. Then let's explore some practical tips and best practices to help you make the most of this process. 1. Synthesize. Begin your analysis by synthesizing findings from sources such as interviews, surveys, and usability tests. By aggregating and organizing this data, you can identify common themes, pain points, and user preferences, which gives you a more comprehensive understanding of user needs and behaviors. 2. Look for patterns. Identifying patterns within the data gives you deeper insights into user behaviors and content requirements. To do this, look for recurring themes or trends that emerge across different user segments. This allows you to prioritize user needs based on their frequency and significance. By addressing the most pressing pain points first, you can be confident that your design solutions effectively address users' needs and preferences. 3. Expect to iterate. IA design is iterative by nature, meaning it evolves over time based on user feedback and data insights. That's why it's essential to keep refining your designs by incorporating the most current usability testing and user feedback loops into the design process. This allows you to validate your IA decisions, identify areas for improvement, and keep your digital products evolving to meet the changing needs of your users. See how analyzing user research data helps you create better, more intuitive and user-centric information architectures? Keep following these best practices throughout your career to keep your IA fresh, intuitive, and centered on the user experience.
Welcome to an exploration of the vital process of conducting a content inventory. Our goal is to understand user needs and create intuitive digital experiences. By the end of this video, you will be able to evaluate how information architecture impacts user navigation and experience, construct effective information architectures. As you previously learned, a content inventory is an organized catalog of all the content within your digital ecosystem, from web pages to images to documents. Take a look at this sample content inventory. Now, why is this step so crucial? Imagine embarking on a road trip without a map or GPS. You might eventually reach your destination, but the journey would be fraught with wrong turns and detours. Similarly, in UX design, a content inventory serves as our roadmap, guiding us toward creating seamless user experiences while streamlining the UI design process down the road. Content inventories give UX/UI designers the ability to insert content into our mockups when designing versus trying to design the visual layout and design the content all at the same time. Laying a strong foundation now helps speed up the design process later. Let's put theory into practice with a real-world example. Meet Layla, our sample user persona. She's a busy marketing manager who wants a simplified, hassle-free grocery shopping experience. As we analyze Layla's needs and behaviors, we gain valuable insights into the content she requires to achieve her goals. Layla finds traditional grocery shopping time-consuming and overwhelming. She struggles to find inspiration for healthy meals that fit her dietary preferences, and she dislikes impulse purchases at the grocery store, which usually happen when she doesn't have a shopping and meal plan. Layla's specific goals are to minimize trips to the store, find healthy and delicious meal options at affordable prices, efficiently plan meals for the week, and have her groceries delivered. Next, we map out Layla's journey with the task flow. Imagine her navigating through a grocery shopping app, from logging in to meal planning. Understanding her journey helps us pinpoint where relevant content should be placed for maximum impact. Now, let's roll up our sleeves and dive into conducting a content inventory. Step 1. Identify all the digital assets or views within your project scope. This includes web pages, images, videos, and any other relevant content. Step 2. Organize your findings into a structured format. We're using a simple spreadsheet to categorize content by app section location, content type, i.e., is it an image, and any other relevant attributes. Step 3. Take a step back and look at your list. Analyze each piece of content to determine its relevance and effectiveness in meeting user needs. This involves assessing whether the content aligns with user goals and whether it's easily accessible and understandable. It's crucial to consider not only industry best practices, but also your organization's own content standards, user needs, goals, and metrics to ensure consistency across products and touchpoints. Congratulations! You've successfully completed your first content inventory. By understanding user needs and organizing content effectively, we can create seamless digital interactions that leave a lasting impression. Welcome back. Today, you'll learn about a user research technique called card sorting and how it applies to information architecture. Imagine you're exploring a vast library with shelves filled with books. Each book represents a piece of information on a website or app. But wait, there's a twist. The books aren't arranged in any particular order. It's like trying to find a specific book in a library where everything is jumbled up. That's where card sorting comes in. It's like organizing those books into categories that make sense to you, making navigation a breeze. Let's put this into context for UX design. To do this, you'll meet Maria. She's trying to find her way through a complex website, but she's feeling lost amidst the clutter of information. By conducting a card sorting exercise, you can understand how Maria thinks and organizes information. To start, you'll give Maria a bunch of virtual cards, each representing a piece of content from the website. Then, you'll ask her to group similar cards together based on how she perceives them. As Maria sorts the cards, you can gain valuable insights into her mental model, the way she thinks about the content. To do this, you can observe how Maria sorts the cards and ask follow-up questions about her actions and thought process. You may consider using an interview script so your questions are consistent between users. By taking a closer look at Maria's mental model, you can see which categories make sense to her and which ones confuse her. Now, armed with Maria's insights, you can redesign the website's information architecture to align with her mental model. You can arrange the content into clear, intuitive categories, making it easier for users, like Maria, to navigate. And just like that, with the power of card sorting, you transform chaos into clarity, creating digital experiences that users love. So, whether you're designing a website, an app, or any digital interface, remember the magic of card sorting. It's not just about organizing information. It's about understanding your users and crafting experiences that make sense and resonate. Happy sorting! Hello and welcome, aspiring UX designers. Today, we're going to discuss card sorting, a powerful technique that forms the bedrock of user-centered design. I'm thrilled to be your guide on this journey as we explore how to unlock the full potential of this method to create intuitive, user-friendly digital experiences. By the end of this video, you will be able to evaluate how information architecture impacts user navigation and experience. Our first step is to understand the needs and preferences of those who will use your creation. We, as UX designers, must craft digital experiences with care and precision. Card sorting is a valuable tool for understanding user needs and preferences. Card sorting involves grouping related content or tasks together to create a logical structure. It helps us understand how users mentally organize information, allowing us to design interfaces to match. Let's take a look at the recipe shopping grid portion of a grocery shopping app. There are many recipes for users to choose, but how can users find recipes that work for their diet and lifestyles? Imagine that you are conducting a live card sorting activity with participants in a user research session. Your goal is to determine the most intuitive structure for this recipe interface. The participant's task is to group similar elements together by dragging and dropping the cards into categories that make sense to them. How do the participants group similar elements together? Some may prioritize allergy-friendly recipes, while others focus on recipes that take less than 30 minutes to make. This diversity of perspectives is what makes card sorting such a valuable tool. It shows us insights into how users think and behave, and ultimately, how our users cluster information. This helps us, as UX/UI designers, understand how to group information into sections or categories within our app or website so it's intuitive and user-friendly. In the world of UX design, iteration is key. We continuously refine and iterate based on user feedback and insights gained from techniques like card sorting. By embracing tools like card sorting and honing our skills in UX design, we empower ourselves to create digital experiences that users will enjoy. Hey there, future UX designers! Today, we're diving deep into the exciting world of navigation systems. Think of navigation as the compass guiding users through the digital wilderness of websites and applications. I'm here to show you how to design navigation menus that not only point the way, but also make the journey smooth and delightful. By the end of this video, you will be able to illustrate the role of information architecture in UX design, evaluate how information architecture impacts user navigation and experience. First, let's talk about the three main types of navigation systems: global, local, and breadcrumb. Imagine you're exploring a bustling city. Global navigation is like the towering skyscrapers on the skyline. It's the big picture, guiding you to major destinations like home, about, and contact. Local navigation, on the other hand, is like street signs, directing you through specific neighborhoods or sections of a website. And breadcrumb navigation helps you retrace your steps if you ever get lost. Now, let's take a look at some navigation examples which were created using Fluent 2. You're designing a grocery shopping app. Your global navigation should reflect the main categories users might be interested in, such as recipes, ingredients, and preferences. Keep this navigation simple and organized. Take inspiration from websites like Uber Eats or Shipt, where global navigation is clear, concise, and consistent across pages. Notice how they use familiar icons and labels, making users feel comfortable and confident in their navigation. Next up, let's talk about local navigation. Local navigation is like the signposts guiding you to different sections of the app. When designing local navigation menus, think about the specific areas of your website or app users might want to explore further. Check out how popular grocery shopping apps organize their product categories. They use clear labels and drop-down menus, making it easy for users to find what they're looking for without feeling overwhelmed. Last but not least, let's talk about breadcrumbs. Breadcrumbs guide users back to a previous page. When designing breadcrumbs, think about the user's journey and how you can help them backtrack if needed. Think about how successful apps use breadcrumbs to show users their current location within the website hierarchy. It's like leaving a trail of breadcrumbs behind, ensuring users never feel lost in your app. Here are some pro tips for creating effective navigation systems. Start big picture. Think about the grand landscape of your app or website first, then hone in on the details. For example, a global navigation category might be recipes. Start there, then start to consider how a user would find a specific recipe within the category. Use universal terminology. Avoid using jargon or language that might be unfamiliar to users. Consider how users would talk about navigation elements of your app or website. Be consistent. Once you've found terms and labels that are clear and user-friendly, use that same terminology across all navigation types within your app or website. For example, if a user navigates to recipes from your global navigation, your breadcrumb label should match that versus being called dishes or cooking directions. Creating intuitive navigation systems is key to creating unforgettable user experiences. Remember to keep it simple, organized, and user-friendly. With the right tools and techniques, you'll navigate your way to success in no time.
Welcome, designers. Today, you explore a crucial aspect of user experience design, testing with real users. By the end of this video, you should be able to explain how to test your project's usability and information architecture. Imagine you're an architect. Before constructing a building, you wouldn't just rely on blueprints. You'd want to ensure it's sturdy, functional, and attractive. Similarly, in UX/UI design, testing your IA with real users is akin to quality assurance for digital experiences. Let's explore some key usability testing methods. Interviews provide a valuable opportunity to connect with users on a personal level. Through open-ended questions, you can gain qualitative insights into their experiences, preferences, and pain points. By exploring users' thoughts and emotions, you uncover underlying motivations and behaviors that quantitative data alone might not reveal. The interview also helps you identify key user tasks, which in turn inform navigation and hierarchy. If a user is consistently frustrated by a label in the user interface, you should use this information to refine the labeling. Interviews allow for rich, nuanced feedback that can inform design decisions and foster empathy with your users. Surveys are a powerful tool for gathering quantitative data from a larger audience. By asking structured questions, you can collect systematic feedback on various aspects of the user experience. One of the primary advantages of surveys lies in their scalability. With surveys, you can reach a large audience across geographical boundaries and demographic segments. This expansive reach not only ensures diverse perspectives, but also provides statistical validity to the findings. Moreover, surveys allow for systematic data collection, enabling you to structure questions in a way that elicits specific insights. By designing surveys with clear objectives in mind, designers can gather targeted feedback on usability, satisfaction levels, feature preferences, and more. This structured approach ensures that every response contributes meaningfully to the evaluation of the design's effectiveness. The wealth of data gleaned from surveys extends beyond mere demographics and usage patterns. Designers can dive deeper into user sentiments, uncovering hidden pain points and identifying what users really like. Whether it's understanding why users abandon a particular feature or gauging satisfaction with the overall user journey, surveys offer a treasure trove of actionable insights. Furthermore, surveys provide designers with a bird's-eye view of the user experience, allowing them to assess the holistic usability of the design. By analyzing survey responses in aggregate, designers can identify common trends, patterns, and areas for improvement across the entire product ecosystem. This macro-level perspective empowers designers to prioritize enhancements that will have the most significant impact on the overall user experience. In essence, surveys are a versatile tool in the UX designer's toolkit, offering a data-driven approach to understanding user behavior and preferences. By harnessing the power of surveys, designers can uncover valuable insights that inform strategic decisions and drive iterative improvements, ultimately leading to more user-centric and effective designs. Card sorting is a method used to organize information and structure content in a way that aligns with users' mental models. Participants are asked to categorize and prioritize content elements by arranging them into groups or categories. This process helps designers understand how users naturally perceive and organize information, leading to more intuitive navigation and improved findability within a digital product. Card sorting is particularly useful during the early stages of design, when establishing the information architecture. A/B testing, also known as split testing, involves comparing two versions, A and B, of a design to determine which one performs better in achieving specific goals or metrics. By randomly assigning users to either version, you can measure the impact of changes on user behavior, such as conversion rates, click-through rates, or engagement metrics. A/B testing allows designers to make data-driven decisions and optimize design elements based on real user feedback and performance data. Each of these methods offers unique insights into the user experience and plays a vital role in the iterative design process. By combining qualitative and quantitative approaches, designers can gain a comprehensive understanding of user needs, preferences, and behaviors, ultimately leading to more effective and user-centered designs. Now, let's talk about interpretation. You've conducted your tests. What's next? Look for patterns and anomalies. Are users struggling with navigation? Is there confusion about terminology? Analyze the data to uncover these pain points. For example, suppose your e-commerce site's navigation is causing frustration. Users are abandoning their carts due to difficulties finding products. This indicates a need to streamline navigation and improve search functionality. So, how do we improve? Iterate. Implement changes based on user feedback and test again. UX design is a continuous cycle of improvement, refining your product until it meets the user's needs seamlessly. In summary, testing your project's usability and IA with real users is paramount in UX/UI design. It's not just about creating visually appealing interfaces. It's about crafting intuitive, user-centered experiences. Remember, your users are your best guides to success.
You've made it to the end of this module. Along the way, you've learned about information architecture, what it is, and how it impacts user navigation and experience. You have even drafted your own information architecture. So, let's wrap up this module with a summary of what you've learned.
Imagine you're building a house. Before you start picking out furniture or painting the walls, what's the first thing you need?
A solid blueprint, right?
Bingo. And in the digital world, that's where information architecture comes in. It's like the blueprint of a website or app, laying out the structure and organization of information.
But why does it matter? Can't we just slap some buttons and menus together?
If only it were that simple. Think about it this way. Have you ever walked into a library where the books are scattered randomly with no signs or labels?
Oh, that sounds like a nightmare.
Exactly. Users need to find what they're looking for quickly and easily, just like finding your favorite book on a well-organized shelf.
So, how do I make sense of this chaotic library?
Well, it's all about understanding your users and their needs. You'll design the structure based on what users want and expect.
Got it. So, it's like laying out a city grid with roads and signs to help people navigate smoothly.
Exactly. And speaking of navigation, good information architecture ensures users can move around your digital space effortlessly, like cruising down a well-marked highway.
That makes so much sense. But how do we know if our information architecture is effective?
Ah, great question. Just like city planners test the traffic lights and directional signs before drivers are loose on the roads, you'll conduct usability tests to see how users interact with your design and make improvements based on their feedback.
Wow, it's like we're architects, librarians, and city planners all rolled into one.
Exactly, Saul. And with a strong foundation in information architecture, you'll be equipped to create digital experiences that are intuitive and user-friendly. Until next time, happy designing!
Congratulations, UX designers. You've completed this course, and now it's time to reflect on the journey you've undertaken and the valuable skills you've acquired. Before you continue your journey in learning user experience design, let's take a few minutes to revisit the key topics covered in this course and explore how they'll shape your role as a UX designer. By the end of this video, you should be able to summarize the key points of designing for user experience. In the User Research and Empathy Building module, you explored the cornerstone of UX design, user research. Here, you learn the fundamental importance of user research and realize that it serves as the bedrock upon which successful designs are built. It's not merely about crafting visually appealing interfaces, it's about creating experiences that resonate deeply with users, meeting their needs and surpassing their expectations. Through a comprehensive exploration of various user research methods, including interviews, surveys, observation, and usability testing, you gained invaluable insights into the behaviors, preferences, and pain points of your users. Each method provided a unique lens through which to view the user experience, offering nuanced perspectives that enriched your understanding of user needs. But user research is more than just data collection. It's about extracting meaningful insights that drive design decisions. Through meticulous analysis of research data, you uncovered patterns, identified key trends, and distilled actionable insights that informed every aspect of your design process. These insights made up the foundation of your design journey, ensuring that every decision made was rooted in a deep understanding of user needs. And with the creation of user personas and empathy maps, you transcended mere data points, diving into the realm of human-centered design. User personas allowed you to personify your target audience, giving them names, faces, and stories that brought them to life. Empathy maps, on the other hand, enabled you to empathize with your users on a deeper level, understanding their emotions, motivations, and pain points. Armed with an understanding of your users, you became more than just a designer. You became an empathetic advocate for their needs. Every design decision you made was infused with empathy, tailored to address the unique challenges of your users. In essence, you transformed from a designer into a user champion, committed to crafting experiences that not only meet user needs, but exceed them. The User Needs Assessment module built on your foundation in user research, focusing on synthesizing insights and translating them into user needs. You learned how to distill complex research data into actionable insights, identifying patterns and trends that informed your design direction. By conducting user needs assessments, you gained a holistic understanding of your users' requirements, allowing you to make informed design decisions that address their needs effectively. Through these processes, you honed your ability to empathize with your users and advocate for their needs throughout the design process. In the Design Ideation module, you explored the importance of ideation in the design process. You also learned a variety of design ideation techniques. From brainstorming sessions to sketching out wireframes and prototypes, you used your creativity to generate innovative solutions that address user needs. With the development of a presentation in PowerPoint, you learned how to effectively communicate your design ideas, ensuring alignment and buy-in from stakeholders. These presentation skills will be invaluable as you collaborate with cross-functional teams and advocate for user-centered design principles on the job. The storyboarding module focused on visual storytelling as you defined and differentiated storyboards, user flow diagrams, and user journey maps. You learned how these visual artifacts serve as blueprints, guiding you through the intricate web of user interactions and experiences. By composing a storyboard based on design ideation, user needs assessment, and user research, you honed your ability to convey complex ideas in a clear and compelling manner. These storytelling techniques enable you to articulate your design vision and align stakeholders around a shared understanding of the user experience. Finally, in the Information Architecture module, you explored the role of information architecture in UX design. You learned how information architecture impacts user navigation and experience, shaping the way users interact with digital products. By constructing an effective information architecture, you ensure that users can easily find what they're looking for, enhancing their overall experience. Whether it's designing intuitive menus or creating hierarchical structures, you've mastered the art of information architecture, paving the way for seamless user interactions. As you conclude this course, you're not just designers. You're champions of user experience, advocates for the end user in a digital world. Armed with a deep understanding of your users, a toolkit of design techniques, and a passion for creating meaningful experiences, you've gained a solid foundation in UX design. You've made great progress in the knowledge you need to become an entry-level UX designer. And remember, there's more to come. So keep building your knowledge and let your creativity and empathy guide you as you craft experiences that delight and inspire. Until next time, happy designing.